Welcome back to the abyss, fellow servants of the Emperor. The sun has died, the night is endless, and in that blackness, something hunts. The Night Lords are watching. This is where fear lives forever, and the night never ends. Mark yourself among the faithful. Subscribe before the Night Lords mark you instead. I know you don't understand what darkness means, not until you see it swallowing a world. Not night, not shadows. I mean the kind of black that crawls inside your skull and whispers your name. On Nix Tertius, our sun died screaming in warp fire. The light was torn out of the sky, and in its place came wings. Wings and claws scratching across the stone. Wings and voices laughing where no one should laugh. The first to vanish were the children. The next were the soldiers sent to find them. And every corpse we found was wrong, posed like a puppet, grinning with no skin left to grin. That's when we knew. The night wasn't empty. It was watching. It was waiting. And it wanted us afraid. They say I'm mad. The Medigi officers, the commissars, even my own brothers in arms, they all look at me with those pitying eyes, the same way you'd look at a feral dog that's been beaten too many times. But I'm not mad. The Emperor preserve me, I wish I were. My name is Guardsman Marcus Valerius, of the 47th Cadian Shock Regiment, 3rd Company, 2nd Platoon. At least that's who I used to be. Now I'm just a voice in the dark, telling a story no one wants to hear. A story about a world called Nix Tertius, where the sun died and took our sanity with it. They want me to recant, to say it was just war trauma, that the Xenos did this to us, or maybe chaos cultists, anything but the truth. Because the truth is so much worse than any enemy we've ever faced. The truth is that some nightmares have wings, and they don't need to kill you to destroy everything you are. Listen closely. This testimony will be my last. Tomorrow they'll either execute me for heresy or ship me to the penal legions where broken soldiers go to die. But tonight, Emperor's blood. Why is it always night now? Tonight, I need someone to hear what really happened on Nix Tertius. I need someone to understand why I wake up screaming, why I can't bear the sound of wings, why every shadow makes my trigger finger twitch. I need you to know about the Night Lords and the endless dark they brought with them. This is my story. This is my confession. This is my warning. Ave Imperium. Emperor, protect us all. His son died at 1437, on what would be our last Tuesday. I remember the exact time because I was checking my chrono, counting down the minutes until my patrol shift ended. Mundane thoughts for what would become the most terrifying moment of my life. 1 second, Nix Tertius's pale yellow sun hung in the afternoon sky like it had for the past 1,000,000 years. The next, it simply wasn't. Not an eclipse, not clouds. The star just vanished, swallowed by something that made the sky itself scream. Valerius! Sergeant Corrick's voice cut through the sudden twilight. What in the Emperor's name is happening to the sky? I looked up from where I'd been inspecting the razor wire around Outpost 77, and my blood turned to ice water. Above us, the heavens were wrong. Where our sun should have been, there was a wound in reality itself, a gaping maw of swirling colors that hurt to look at directly. The warp storm stretched across half the sky, pulsing with malevolent energy that made your teeth ache and your soul recoil. Warp storm, Sarge, I managed, my voice steadier than I felt. Big one. But even as I said it, I knew this was different. I'd seen warp storms before, every guardsman worth his rations had. They came and went like cosmic weather, bringing madness and mutation in their wake. This thing, though, this felt personal, like it was watching us. Nix Tertius had been a nothing world, an agri-planet on the ass end of the segmentum solar. We grew Grox feed and shipped it to hive worlds that actually mattered. The 47th Cadian had been stationed here for garrison duty, punishment detail after we'd lost too many good soldiers to an orc incursion on Mordax Prime. It was supposed to be quiet, peaceful even. The storm changed everything. Within hours, the temperature dropped 20 degrees. The local wildlife, mostly harmless grain rats and flutter moths, went berserk. We found entire flocks of birds crashed into the ground, their eyes burst from internal pressure. The Grox herds stampeded themselves off cliffs. Even the insects stopped making noise. But the worst part was the silence from orbit. Still no response from the Navy. I asked Vox operator Hendricks, as the unnatural twilight deepened into something that wasn't quite night, but wasn't day either. He shook his head, sweat beading on his pale forehead despite the cold. Nothing, Marcus. It's like they just disappeared. The whole fleet's gone dark. 5 destroyers and a light cruiser, along with all the transport ships that had brought us here. Just gone. The storm had either swallowed them or driven them away, leaving us stranded in a world that was rapidly forgetting what sunlight looked like. Lieutenant Morrison called all squad leaders to the command bunker at what should have been sunset. The man looked like he'd aged 10 years in as many hours, his usually pristine uniform wrinkled and his officer's cap askew. "Gentlemen," he began, his voice carrying the kind of forced calm that officers used when everything was going to hell. "I won't lie to you. We're in an unprecedented situation. The warp storm shows no signs of dissipating, and we've lost all contact with Imperial command." He gestured to a map of our sector spread across the tactical table. Red pins marked our various outposts and strongpoints across the continent, while blue pins showed the major population centers we were supposed to protect. Our orders are to maintain civil order and prepare for possible Xenos infiltration while the storm persists. The local PDF has already reported several instances of unusual behavior among the civilian population. Sergeant Corrick leaned forward. "What kind of unusual behavior, sir?" Morrison's jaw tightened. "Mass insomnia. The locals haven't been able to sleep since the sun disappeared. They're gathering in groups, whispering about prophecies and end times. Some of the agricultural combines have gone completely silent." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. "Permission to speak, sir?" "Granted, guardsman." My grandmother used to tell stories about the old wars. She said there were things that fed on fear, things that came in the dark when the Emperor's light couldn't reach. She called them the night. High-pitched tone. "Enough." Morrison's voice cracked like a whip. "I'll have no superstitious nonsense in my command. We're facing a natural phenomenon, not some boogeyman from old wives' tales." But as we filed out of the bunker, Sergeant Corrick caught my arm. His weathered face was grim in the artificial light from our lumens. "My grandmother told the same stories, Valerius," he whispered, "and she always ended them the same way. When the sun dies, the hunters wake. That first night, if you could call it night, when the sky never got darker than deep twilight, I drew guard duty on the perimeter. The world felt wrong in ways I couldn't articulate. The air tasted metallic, like blood and ozone. The wind carried sounds that made no sense, whispers in languages that predated human speech, the distant echo of wings that belonged to no bird I'd ever seen. My patrol partner was Hendricks, the Vox operator. Poor bastard had volunteered for extra duty rather than try to sleep in the barracks. He'd been getting transmissions, he said, voices calling through the static. "You hear that?" he asked as we walked the outer wire, our laser guns ready but feeling pitifully inadequate. I paused, straining my ears. There, just at the edge of hearing, A sound like metal scraping against stone, rhythmic and deliberate, coming from above. Probably just the wind, I lied, playing tricks with the Auspex towers. But we both knew it wasn't the wind. The wind didn't laugh. As we completed our circuit and headed back toward the guard post, Hendricks grabbed my arm. His face was pale in the glow of his Vox unit. "Marcus," he whispered, "I'm picking up a transmission. Listen." He held out his earpiece, and I pressed it to my head. At first, there was only static. Then, beneath the white noise, I heard it. A voice, speaking perfect low Gothic in crisp military diction. In a shaky tone. "This is Sergeant Davies of 3rd Platoon," the voice said. "Does anyone copy? We're pinned down in Sector 7. They're all around us. Oh, Emperor, they're in the walls. They're in the..." The transmission cut to screaming, then silence. "Davies died 3 years ago on Mordax Prime," Hendricks said quietly. I was the one who closed his eyes. I handed back the earpiece with shaking fingers. Above us, something with vast wings blotted out the stars. That's when I first saw them. Red eyes in the darkness, watching, waiting, hungry. The Night Lords had come to Nix Tertius, and our long nightmare was just beginning. The first disappearances started on what we were calling Day 3, though without the sun, measuring time had become a collective act of faith. We marked the hours by our chronometers and tried to maintain some semblance of routine, but you could feel the civilian population's sanity fraying like an overused rope. I was part of the squad, sent to investigate, when Agri Combine 7 missed their morning Vox check. The journey there took us through farmland that had turned alien overnight. The grain crop stood withered and black, despite the fact that they'd been green and healthy just days before. Worse, they moved without wind, rustling and whispering in patterns that almost sounded like words. "Stay close," Sergeant Corrick ordered, as our Chimera APC ground to a halt at the Combine's main gate. "Something doesn't feel right about this place." He was right. The silence was too complete, too perfect. No groks lowing in the fields, no machinery humming in the processing plants, no voices calling out morning greetings. Just the whisper of dead grain and the distant sound of our own breathing. The Combine's security gate stood open, swaying slightly on its hinges. Beyond it, the main courtyard that should have been bustling with morning activity was empty, except for scattered personal belongings. A child's toy groks, a woman's shawl, a man's work boots, arranged in neat pairs as if their owners had simply evaporated. "Throne's sake," muttered Trooper Kellyan, our squad's heavy weapons specialist. "Where is everyone?" Hendricks was hunched over his portable Vox unit, scanning frequencies. His face was drawn and pale, dark circles under his eyes betraying the sleepless nights we'd all been having. "Getting some interference," he reported. "But I think, wait, there's something here." He handed me the earpiece and I listened to what sounded like a child singing a nursery rhyme. But as I focused on the words, my blood ran cold. "When the sun goes down to sleep, and the shadows start to creep, pretty wings and shining claws, come to drag you to the dark." "That's not a standard Imperial hymnal," I said, handing back the earpiece. "No," Corrick agreed grimly. "It's not." We moved into the main processing building in standard search formation, our lasguns raised and ready. The power was still on. The lights hummed overhead with electric efficiency, but the silence pressed against us like a living thing. In the main production floor, we found signs of interrupted work. Half-packed grain sacks lay scattered across conveyor belts. A mug of recaf sat cooling on a supervisor's desk, still warm to the touch. It was as if everyone had simply stopped what they were doing and walked away. But it was in the residential quarters that we found the first real evidence of what had happened. "Sarge," called out Trooper Marsh from one of the HAB units. His voice was tight with fear. "You need to see this." We crowded into the small family apartment. It was neat and tidy, decorated with holopics of smiling children and Emperor's Day celebratory banners. But scratched into the wall above the bed, carved deep into the rockcrete with something sharp, were words that made my skin crawl. "We hear you in the dark. We smell your fear. We taste your despair. Night is eternal." "This could be cultists," suggested Cadian, but his voice lacked conviction. Coric ran his fingers over the scratches. "Look at the depth. These marks go nearly a centimeter into solid rockcrete. What kind of claws could do this?" I was about to answer when Hendrix's Vox unit crackled to life, a woman's voice, sobbing and desperate. "Please, if anyone can hear this. They came in the night. They didn't break down doors or smash windows. They just appeared, like they walked through the walls themselves. The children saw them first, said they had wings and red eyes and voices like breaking glass. We tried to hide, but you can't hide from something that can smell your terror." The transmission dissolved into static, but we'd all heard enough. My hands were shaking as I gripped my lasgun. "Ma'am," Hendrix spoke into his Vox. "This is Imperial Guard Patrol 77. Can you tell us your location?" Silence stretched for long seconds. Then, impossibly, the woman's voice came back, but now it was different, colder, mocking. "Oh, we're still here, little guard mouse. We're always here, watching, waiting, hunting." The voice dissolved into laughter that definitely didn't belong to the sobbing woman we'd first heard. Coric made the call to pull back and report to command, but as we prepared to leave the Combine, Trooper Marsh made a discovery that would haunt my dreams for years to come. "Contacts in the grain silo," he called out. "I've got movement." We rushed to the tall storage building, our weapons trained on the massive cylindrical structure. The main doors were locked from the inside, but we could hear scratching from within, the sound of many claws on metal. "Could be survivors hiding," suggested Cadian. "Could be," Coric agreed, but his tone suggested he didn't believe it. We forced the lock and swung open the heavy doors. The interior of the silo was dark, except for the beams of our lumens, and what they revealed made Cadian vomit into his rebreather. Bodies, dozens of them, maybe 100, men, women, children, the entire population of the Combine. But they weren't just dead. They'd been arranged, posed like dolls in some sick game. Some hung from the rafters by their own clothing, swaying gently in the stale air. Others were seated in circles on the floor, their hands positioned as if they were sharing a meal, and every single corpse had been flayed. Their skin hung in precise strips around their shoulders like grotesque ceremonial robes. The musculature beneath was perfectly preserved, the bodies positioned with surgical precision. But it was their faces that broke something inside me. They were all smiling, not the rictus grin of death, but genuine expressions of joy and peace, as if whatever had done this to them had also convinced them to be grateful for it. Carved into the floor at the center of the largest circle, in letters 2 feet high, was a single word in High Gothic: "Terror, Mother of the Emperor." Coric whispered, "What kind of monsters?" That's when we heard the wings, not the flutter of birds or the buzz of insects, but something vast and leathery, moving through the air outside the silo. The sound was accompanied by what might have been laughter, if laughter could sound like breaking bones and screaming metal. "Move," Coric shouted. "Everyone out, now." We ran for the Chimera, as shadows passed overhead, too quick to track but large enough to block out the stars. Behind us the Vox unit crackled with voices, dozens of them, all speaking in perfect unison. "Run, little mice, run, and tell your friends. Tell them the Night Lords have come home." As our APC's engines roared to life and we sped away from Agri-Combine 7, I looked back through the rear vision block. Above the burning grain silos, when had they caught fire? Dark shapes circled on vast wings, and I could swear I saw red eyes watching our retreat. In the distance, carried on the wind, came the sound of children singing that terrible nursery rhyme. But there were no children left alive at Combine 7. That was the night I learned that some hunters don't just kill their prey. Sometimes, they make you part of the hunt. By day 5, The Vox transmissions had become a constant source of terror for everyone in the regiment. What had started as occasional interference and garbled messages had evolved into a symphony of horror that played 24 hours a day across every frequency. Hendrix had stopped sleeping entirely. I'd find him huddled over his equipment in the communications bunker, his eyes red-rimmed and bloodshot, furiously tuning his receivers as if the right frequency might somehow bring back the normal world. "They're using our own voices against us," he told me during what should have been dawn, but looked like perpetual dusk. "Listen to this." He handed me a headset, and I heard my own voice perfectly clear, unmistakably mine, screaming in agony. "They're skinning me alive. Emperor, preserve me. They're taking my face." I ripped off the headset, my hands shaking. "That's impossible. I've been with the squad, all. It gets worse." Hendrix's voice was barely a whisper. He switched to another frequency, and this time I heard Sergeant Corrick's voice, calm and professional, giving coordinates for an ambush. But the coordinates he was reading were for our own base. "They've been recording us," I realized. Every Vox transmission, every conversation near a conversation near a comm unit. "They're building a library of our voices." Hendrix nodded grimly. "And they're getting creative with the editing. Listen to this one." This time it was Lieutenant Morrison's voice, but speaking words that made my skin crawl. "Men of the 47th Cadian, I have seen the truth in the darkness. The Emperor has abandoned us. The Night Lords offer salvation through terror. Lay down your weapons and embrace the fear." But the worst transmission came that night, during my shift monitoring the command frequency. It was a general distress call from Firebase Tango, one of our outlying positions about 50 kilometers east of our main base. "Mayday, Mayday, this is Firebase Tango, requesting immediate assistance," came Sergeant Voss's voice, tight with controlled panic. "We are under attack by unknown hostiles. They're in the walls, they're in the ceiling, there." The transmission cut to static, then resumed with what sounded like Voss sobbing. "Please, someone help us. They're not killing us. They're doing something worse. They're showing us things, horrible things, making us remember." Then screaming, such screaming as I'd never heard from a human throat. "All units, this is command," came Morrison's voice over the general frequency. "Firebase Tango has gone dark. Beta Company will investigate at first light." But we never sent Beta Company to Firebase Tango, because 20 minutes later, we received another transmission from Voss, except this time, his voice was different, calmer, almost peaceful. "Firebase Tango, to command, stand down the relief force. We've found peace here. The darkness has shown us the truth. The Emperor's light was always a lie. Come join us. Come see what we've seen." That transmission was followed by what sounded like an entire company of soldiers singing a hymn. But the words were wrong, perverted. "The Emperor protects with golden chains, but freedom comes with crimson wings. In darkness we are truly blessed. Through terror, we find perfect rest." Lieutenant Morrison ordered all Vox operations to cease except for essential communications, but it was too late. The damage to morale was already done. Soldiers started looking at each other with suspicion, wondering if the man next to them might be broadcasting their positions to whatever was out there in the dark. It was Private Kellerman who came up with the idea of using code words to verify identity, but even that precaution proved useless when the voices from the darkness started using those codes correctly. The breaking point came on day 7, when we received a transmission that claimed to be from High Command on Terra itself. The voice was perfectly modulated, bearing all the correct Imperial authority codes and authentication ciphers. "This is Lord Commander, Militant Zerion, to all Imperial forces on Nix Tertius. You are to cease resistance immediately. The entities you are facing have been classified as a new form of sanctioned abhuman, operating under direct inquisitorial mandate. Any further hostile action against them will be considered treason." Half our regiment would have believed it if not for one crucial detail: that Hendrix Court Lord Commander Militant Zerion had been executed for heresy 3 years ago, and every communications officer in the Guard knew it. But what scared me most wasn't the content of the transmissions, it was their timing. They always came when we were most vulnerable, most afraid, when someone was standing guard alone or trying to sleep or beginning to hope that maybe things weren't as bad as they seemed. It was as if something was watching us, studying our emotional states and timing each psychological blow for maximum impact. That night, as I lay in my bunk trying unsuccessfully to sleep, my personal Vox receiver, the one I used for private communications with home, crackled to life. My sister's voice, sweet and familiar, filled the small barracks. "Marcus, Marcus, are you there? I'm so scared." They came to our hab block on Cadia. They're wearing the faces of our neighbors, but their eyes are red and they smell like blood and fear. Mama won't stop screaming. Papa tried to fight them, but they just laughed and, pause. I turned off the receiver with shaking hands. My sister had died in a traffic accident when I was 12. She'd been dead for 15 years, but her voice sounded so real, so frightened, so alive. That's when I understood the true genius of what the Night Lords were doing. They weren't just terrorizing us with fear of the unknown. They were weaponizing our own memories, our own love, our own hope. Every transmission was perfectly crafted to slice through our psychological defenses like a chainsword through flesh. And somewhere out there in the endless night, they were listening to us break apart, one transmission at a time. The Vox was no longer a tool of communication. It had become an instrument of torture, playing a symphony of madness that grew more complex and more terrifying with each passing hour. And we couldn't turn it off, because in a world where the sun had died, those voices, even the false ones, even the horrifying ones, were sometimes the only proof we had that we weren't completely alone. Day 9 brought us to Pilgrim's Rest, a small farming settlement about 30 kilometers south of our main base. We'd lost contact with the village 2 days prior, and Lieutenant Morrison finally authorized a reconnaissance in force to investigate. The silence hit us before we even dismounted from our chimeras. It wasn't natural quiet, the kind you get in peaceful rural areas where the most exciting event is the weekly grain shipment. This was aggressive silence, the kind that pressed against your eardrums and made you want to shout just to prove you still could. Even our vehicle engines seemed muted, as if the very air was absorbing sound. "Weapons ready," ordered Sergeant Corrick as we approached the settlement's outer buildings. "Stay alert for any movement." But there was no movement, nothing at all. Pilgrim's Rest had been a typical agri-settlement. Maybe 200 souls living in prefab habby units arranged around a central square, with a small shrine to the Emperor and a community hall that served as both market and meeting place. The kind of place where everyone knew everyone, where children played in the streets and old women gossiped over morning recaf. Now it looked like a stage set waiting for actors who would never come. "Check every building," Corrick ordered. "Teams of 3. No one goes anywhere alone." I was paired with Hendricks and Trooper Marsh, and we took the eastern residential section. The first hab unit we entered had obviously been a family home. Children's drawings stuck to the cooling unit with mag strips, a couple's wedding picked on the mantel, dinner plates still set on the kitchen table. But there was no dust, no signs of age or abandonment. It was as if the family had simply vanished mid-meal. "Hendricks," I called softly, "you getting anything on the Vox?" He shook his head, adjusting his receiver. Dead silence on all frequencies, not even static. That should have been our first warning. In the second hab unit, we found more of the same, a life interrupted mid-moment. A woman's dress laid out on the bed as if she'd been choosing what to wear. A man's work boots by the door, still warm to the touch. A child's toy grok sitting in the middle of the floor, its motion sensors still active, but no child to play with it. It was Marsh who made the first real discovery. "Contact," he called from the unit's back room. "I've got Emperor's Throne." "What is this?" We rushed to where he stood frozen in the doorway of what had been a child's bedroom. Inside, sitting perfectly still on the small bed, was a little girl maybe 8 years old. She was dressed in a clean nightgown, her dark hair neatly braided, her hands folded in her lap. She was staring directly at us with eyes that had been replaced by small flickering candles. "Is she?" Marsh's voice trailed off. I approached carefully, my lasgun raised but my hands were steady. Up close I could see that the child had been dead for some time, but her body showed no signs of decay. The candles had been inserted into her eye sockets with surgical precision, the wax dripping down her cheeks like luminous tears. Around her neck hung a small scroll of parchment. With trembling fingers I unrolled it and read the message written in perfect high Gothic. She sees the truth now, as will you all. Vox the sergeant, I ordered Hendricks. But when he tried to raise Coric on the comm, we got only silence. That's when we noticed that the sound of our teammates moving through other buildings had stopped. We left the HAB unit and moved cautiously toward the central square, our weapons trained on every shadow, every doorway, every possible hiding spot. But we saw no signs of our squad mates, no movement, no sounds, nothing. The square itself was a masterpiece of horror. They'd arranged the entire population of Pilgrim's Rest in a perfect circle around the Emperor's shrine. 200 souls, men and women and children, all sitting cross-legged on the ground with their hands folded in prayer. All of them are dead, and with candles for eyes. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that they were all smiling, as if they'd died in the middle of the most wonderful dream imaginable, and pinned to the front of each corpse's clothing was a small parchment scroll. With growing dread, I began reading them, in an eerie, trembling tone. Fear is the beginning of wisdom. In darkness we find clarity. The Emperor's light blinds. The Night Lord's shadow reveals. Terror is the only honest emotion. We welcomed them with joy. Each message was different, but they told a story. The Night Lords hadn't simply slaughtered these people. They'd converted them, made them willing participants in their own demise. The smiles weren't death rictus. They were genuine expressions of religious ecstasy. At the center of the circle, slumped against the base of the Emperor's shrine, sat the village priest. His robes were still pristine, his holy symbols still gleaming, but someone had carved new words into the shrine itself, right above the golden aquila. The Emperor protects those who embrace fear, and in smaller text below, when you are ready we will come for you too. We need to get out of here, Marsh whispered, his voice barely audible. Right now. But as we turned to leave, we found our path blocked by our own squad mates. Coric, Kellyan, Stevens, Voss, all of them standing in perfect formation, their weapons lowered, their faces bearing those same peaceful smiles, and their eyes had been replaced with flickering candles. Welcome, brothers, Sergeant Coric said in his familiar voice, though it now carried an odd sing-song quality. We've been waiting for you. We have so much to show you, so much to teach you about the beauty of fear. The other soldiers began to move toward us, their movements perfectly coordinated, but somehow wrong, like marionettes, operated by a skilled but inhuman puppeteer. They're not our squad, I realized, raising my weapon. They're wearing their faces, but we are your squad, said the thing wearing Kellyan's face. We're simply improved, enhanced. We've seen the truth that lurks beyond the Emperor's lies. Hendricks was backing away, his Vox unit chattering with static. Marcus, I'm picking up transmissions, dozens of them, all from our missing patrol units. They're all saying the same thing. Come join us in the dark. The false soldiers continued their slow advance, and I realized with growing horror that their weapons weren't lowered. They were deliberately presenting themselves as non-threats, trying to lure us closer. Run, I whispered to my companions. Run where? Marsh asked. They're everywhere. He was right. Dark shapes were emerging from the surrounding buildings, more figures with candle eyes and peaceful smiles, all wearing the faces of people we'd known and served with. That's when I understood the true purpose of Pilgrim's Rest. It wasn't just another massacre. It was a recruitment center, a place where the Night Lords had perfected the art of turning fear into worship, terror into devotion. And now they were offering to share that gift with us. Choose quickly, said the thing wearing Coric's face. Join us willingly, and your transformation will be gentle. Resist, and we'll simply take what we need from your screams. Above us, vast wings blotted out the stars, and red eyes peered down from the darkness. The Night Lords themselves, watching their converts work, evaluating our responses like researchers studying lab rats. I made my choice, and opened fire, my last bolts punching through the chest of the false Coric. It stumbled but didn't fall, green ichor leaking from the wounds instead of blood. Such a shame. it said sadly. We had hoped you would be more receptive. Then the screaming started. Not from us, from the Vox units. Every communications device in a kilometer radius suddenly broadcast the same sound, children screaming in perfect harmony, their voices blending into a symphony of pure terror that drove spikes of pain through our skulls. And in that cacophony of horror, I heard something that made my blood freeze, my own voice, joining the chorus, screaming along with the children I'd never met. We ran then, fleeing through the settlement as shapes moved in our peripheral vision, and whispers followed us through the dark. Behind us, Pilgrim's Rest burned with candle flame, 200 points of light marking 200 souls who had found peace in terror. But we all knew we'd be back, because the Night Lords were patient hunters, and they'd already begun the process of converting us. We just didn't know it yet. Commissar Heinrich Vex arrived at our base on day 11, descending from a storm-battered Valkyrie gunship like an avatar of Imperial justice. He was exactly what you'd expect from a commissar. Tall, austere, with ice-blue eyes that seemed to look right through you and find every weakness, every doubt, every moment of potential heresy you'd ever harbored. His timing couldn't have been worse or better depending on your perspective. Guardsman of the 47th Cadian, his voice boomed across the parade ground where Lieutenant Morrison had assembled what remained of our regiment. I am Commissar Vex, sent by the Departamento Munitorum to assess your situation. We stood at attention in the artificial twilight, maybe 300 soldiers out of the 1,000 we'd started with. The rest were missing, dead, or had simply walked away into the darkness one night and never returned. Those of us who remained looked like walking corpses, hollow-eyed, twitchy, jumping at shadows that might or might not have been there. I have reviewed the reports from your command staff. Vex continued, pacing slowly in front of our formation. Tales of supernatural enemies and psychological warfare beyond human comprehension. Stories of soldiers abandoning their posts because of voices in the night and shadows with red eyes. His gaze swept across our ranks, and I felt his attention linger on me for just a moment. Those eyes held no warmth, no understanding, only the cold certainty of a man who had never doubted the rightness of his cause. I am here to remind you of a fundamental truth that some of you appear to have forgotten. There is no enemy the Emperor's will cannot overcome. There is no darkness his light cannot pierce. There is no fear that faithful service cannot conquer. A murmur ran through the ranks, not agreement, but the kind of sound desperate men make when they hear someone speaking with absolute confidence about things they clearly don't understand. Commissar, Lieutenant Morrison stepped forward, his voice carefully respectful but strained. Perhaps if you reviewed the tactical recordings from our recent patrols. I have reviewed everything, Lieutenant. Vex's voice carried the finality of a bolt pistol's slide chambering round. What I see is a regiment that has allowed fear to compromise its effectiveness. What I see are Imperial guardsmen who have forgotten that courage is not the absence of fear, but action in spite of it. He stopped directly in front of our formation and drew his bolt pistol, not threatening us with it, but holding it up like a holy relic. This weapon fires the Emperor's justice. Every bolt is blessed by his priests. Every pull of the trigger is an act of faith. Do you think the enemies you face, whatever they might be, can stand against the righteousness of the God Emperor himself? Sir, Sergeant Coric spoke up, his voice hoarse from too many nights without sleep. The things we've encountered, they don't fight like any enemy we've trained for. They use our own voices against us. They wear the faces of our dead. They turn our faith into. Vex moved faster than I would have thought possible. One moment, he was standing 3 meters away from Coric. Next, his bolt pistol was pressed against the sergeant's forehead. Complete that sentence, Sergeant, he said quietly. Tell me how the enemy turns our faith into what exactly? The entire formation held its breath. We all knew what happened when commissars started asking those kinds of questions. But Coric, Emperor bless him, had been a soldier too long to back down from the truth even when it might cost him his life. Into fear, sir. They turn our faith into fear by showing us things that shouldn't exist, by making us doubt what we've always believed about the Emperor's protection. For a long moment, the only sound was the wind whistling through the razor wire. Then, unexpectedly, Vex holstered his weapon and stepped back. An honest answer, Sergeant. Misguided, but honest. He turned to address us all again. Fear is indeed the enemy here, but not fear of some mythical bogeyman. Fear of your own weakness. Fear of the doubt that whispers in your hearts when the fighting gets hard. He began pacing again, his hands clasped behind his back. The Department de Humanitorum has seen this before, on worlds across the galaxy. Xenos psychological warfare was designed to break Imperial morale. Mind-affecting spores, hallucinogenic gas weapons, psychic infiltrators wearing familiar faces. The enemy counts on your ignorance, your superstition, your willingness to attribute their crude tricks to supernatural causes. Then explain Pilgrim's Rest, I found myself saying before I could stop myself. Every eye turned to me, including Vex's. His expression was unreadable as he walked over to where I stood. Guardsman Valerius, I believe, yes, I've read your reports. Very creative. Tell me, when you claim to have seen the entire population of a settlement sitting in ritualistic poses with candles for eyes, did it occur to you that you might have been exposed to psychoactive compounds, that your perception of events might have been altered? I saw what I saw, sir. Indeed, and what you saw was the result of enemy action designed to make you see exactly that. Fear is their weapon, guardsmen. They want you to believe in monsters, because frightened soldiers make mistakes. They want you to think the dead walk among you because paranoid soldiers turn on each other. He stepped closer, his voice dropping to a whisper that somehow carried across the entire formation. But I will tell you what they fear, these Night Lords of yours. They fear the light of unwavering faith. They fear soldiers who refuse to bend, who refuse to break, who meet terror with righteous fury. From somewhere in the darkness beyond the base perimeter came the sound we'd all learned to dread, the whisper of vast wings passing overhead. Several soldiers looked up instinctively, hands tightening on their weapons. Vex didn't even glance at the sky. You hear aircraft, he said simply. Captured Imperial flyers, possibly modified for silent running. The enemy wants you to think there's something more, something impossible to fight. They want you to waste ammunition shooting at shadows instead of targeting their actual positions. Commissar, Hendricks spoke up from the Vox operator section. The transmissions we've been receiving, they use the voices of our dead comrades, speak with knowledge they shouldn't have. Excellent intelligence gathering and voice synthesis technology, Vex interrupted. The same techniques the Adeptus Mechanicus uses for servitor programming, turned to psychological warfare, crude but effective against undisciplined minds. He walked to the center of our formation and raised his voice again. Tomorrow we go on the offensive. No more cowering behind razor wire, while the enemy plays games with your minds. We will sweep the surrounding settlements, identify their strongholds and destroy them with fire and blade. We will show these Night Lords what happens when they attempt to break the faith of Cadia's finest. A cheer went up from some of the newer recruits, soldiers who hadn't yet seen what we'd seen, who still believed that faith and fury could overcome anything. But the veterans remained silent. We'd learned too much to be comforted by speeches, no matter how passionate. That night, as I lay in my bunk staring at the ceiling, I heard Vex speaking quietly to Lieutenant Morrison in the command bunker. Their voices carried through the thin walls of our prefab quarters. How bad is it really, Lieutenant? Worse than the reports indicate, sir. We've lost entire patrols. Men with 20 years service have deserted their posts. Last night I found 3 soldiers in the armory trying to craft makeshift holy symbols from spare ammunition. Fear makes men do irrational things, but fear can be conquered through discipline and purpose. Sir, what if they're right? What if there really are things out there that can't be explained by xenotech or psychic warfare? A long pause, then Vex's voice, colder than the eternal night outside. Lieutenant Morrison, in 30 years of service to the commissariat, I have seen every form of heresy, every type of Xenos trickery, every corruption that the galaxy can produce. There is always an explanation. There is always a weakness to exploit. The moment we start believing in monsters is the moment we stop being soldiers of the Emperor. Yes, sir. Good. Now get some rest. Tomorrow, we remind these Night Lords why the Guard has never been defeated by terror tactics. But as I finally drifted off to an uneasy sleep, I heard something that made my blood freeze. Commissar Vex, alone in his temporary quarters, quietly reciting the litany of protection over and over again. The same prayer we'd all been whispering in the dark since the sun died. Even he was afraid. He just refused to admit it. And in the distance, barely audible above the wind, came the sound of children singing that horrible nursery rhyme, the one that spoke of wings and claws and endless night. The Night Lords were listening to everything we said, learning everything we believed. And tomorrow, Commissar Vex was going to lead us straight to them. Time became our enemy on day 13. Not the kind of enemy you could shoot or stab or blow up with frag grenades, the insidious kind that crept into your mind and made you question reality itself. Without the sun to mark day from night, without the natural rhythm of light and shadow that had governed human existence since the beginning, our entire sense of temporal reality began to collapse. The chronometers still worked, of course. Digital displays still counted seconds and minutes and hours with mechanical precision, but they felt meaningless now, arbitrary numbers that had no connection to the world around us. When every moment looked the same, that eternal twilight, neither fully dark nor light, time lost its anchor. "What day is it?" asked Trooper Kellyan during what the chronometer insisted was morning chow. "Tuesday," replied Marsh, consulting his wrist display. "Tuesday? What? Tuesday, the 15th, 20th. What month are we in?" Nobody could answer. The dates on our chronometers all read differently. Some showed we'd been on Nix Tertius for 2 weeks. Others claimed it had been 3 months. A few displays had started showing dates that hadn't happened yet, or years that made no sense. But the real problem wasn't with our equipment. It was with us. Sleep had become impossible for most of the regiment. Not just difficult, impossible. You'd lie down when exhaustion finally overtook you, close your eyes and immediately be jolted awake by sounds that might or might not have been there. A whisper of your name, the scrape of claws on metal, the distant sound of wings. Those few soldiers who did manage to sleep often woke up screaming, claiming they'd dreamed of red eyes and dark wings, of voices that knew their deepest fears and most shameful memories. Some woke up in different locations than where they'd fallen asleep, in the supply closet, on the parade ground, once memorably hanging upside down from the communications tower. Hendricks had given up trying to sleep entirely. I found him on day 15, or was it day 12? The numbers kept changing, hunched over his Vox equipment in the communications bunker, his eyes bloodshot, and his hands trembling as he worked the dials. "They're playing with time itself," he told me, his voice hoarse from exhaustion. "Listen to this." He handed me a headset, and I heard what sounded like a standard Imperial Guard patrol report. "This is Sergeant Davies. Time check 14:30 hours. All positions secure." That was recorded 3 days ago, Hendricks explained. But listen to this. Another transmission, same voice, Sergeant Davies reporting. "Time check 14:30 hours. Contact with hostile forces imminent." Same timestamp, same voice pattern, but recorded yesterday. He switched to another frequency, and Davies' voice came through again. "This is Sergeant Davies, 14:30 hours. They're in the walls. They're in the ceiling. Oh Emperor, they're wearing our faces." That one was recorded an hour from now, according to the Vox log. I stared at the equipment, trying to make sense of what I was hearing. "That's impossible. You can't record something that hasn't happened yet." "Can't you?" Hendricks laughed, and there was an edge of hysteria in it. "Maybe time doesn't work the way we think it does. Maybe past and future are just suggestions. Maybe the Night Lords don't just hunt in space. Maybe they hunt in time too." That night, though calling it night was meaningless when every hour looked the same, Commissar Vex called an assembly in the main bunker. He looked as haggard as the rest of us, though he tried to hide it behind his usual mask of stern authority. "Men of the 47th, he began, his voice lacking its usual resonance. "I know the conditions here have been challenging. The disruption of normal day-night cycles, the psychological pressure of constant vigilance, the strain of fighting an unconventional enemy. All of these factors contribute to what the Medicae would term combat fatigue. A few soldiers nodded, grasping at the offered explanation like drowning men clutching debris. However, Vex continued, I have received word from Fleet Command. A relief force is en route to Nix Tertius. Imperial Navy vessels equipped with specialized atmospheric processors that can dissipate the warp storm. We need only hold our positions for 72 more hours. 72 hours. In the old world, the world with sunrises and sunsets, that would have seemed like nothing. But here, in the endless twilight, it might as well have been 72 years. Sir, Lieutenant Morrison raised his hand. How do we know it's really been? How long has it been since the storm began? Vex consulted his chronometer, frowned, then checked another timepiece. His frown deepened. According to Imperial Standard Time, the warp storm manifested 12 days ago. No, wait. He looked at another display. 18 days. Or, he trailed off, staring at his equipment in confusion. That's when I realized the truth. The Night Lords weren't just hunting us in the present. They were hunting us across all possible presents, all potential timelines where fear might take root and grow. After the assembly, as the soldiers dispersed to their duties or their futile attempts at rest, I found myself walking the perimeter alone. It wasn't wise. Nobody was supposed to patrol solo anymore, but I needed to think, to try and make sense of what was happening to us. The base looked different somehow, though I couldn't put my finger on exactly how. The buildings were in the same places, the defenses unchanged, but something about the geometry felt wrong. Distances that should have taken 5 minutes to walk now seemed to stretch for 20. Corridors that had always been straight now curved imperceptibly to the left or right. I was studying a section of razor wire that appeared to be somehow both rusted with age and gleaming with newness when I heard footsteps behind me. I turned, expecting to see another insomniac soldier, but found myself face to face with myself. The other me looked exactly like I did. Same uniform, same equipment, same face, but his eyes were older, more haunted. He regarded me with a mixture of pity and recognition. You're just starting to understand, aren't you? He said in my voice. Understand what? I managed to ask. Time isn't a river flowing forward, it's a web and we're caught in it. The Night Lords don't just kill bodies, they kill moments. They steal hours and years and decades, add them to their collection. This moment, right here, right now. They'll replay it 1,000 times, each one slightly different, each one driving us a little madder. That's impossible. The other me smiled sadly. I said the same thing. So will you next time. And the time after that. We're stuck in a loop, Marcus. A temporal maze designed by creatures that understand fear better than we understand hope. How do I get out? You don't. None of us do. We just continue. Again and again and again, until even the memory of sunlight becomes a kind of madness. I reached for my weapon, but my other self was already fading, becoming translucent like a picked recording losing power. Don't bother, he said as he disappeared. You can't kill time. You can only surrender to it. I stood alone in the impossible geometry of our base, surrounded by shadows that moved independently of any light source, listening to the sound of my own voice echoing from the communications bunker. This is Guardsman Valerius, Day 13. All positions secure. Time check. Emperor's Throne. What time is it supposed to be? Somewhere in the distance, a clock chimed midnight but also noon, and also tea time, and also the end of the world. The Night Lords had stolen our time, and without time, we were no longer truly alive. We were just echoes of ourselves, playing out the same terrified moments in an endless loop of fear. And they were watching every repetition, feeding on each fresh wave of horror as we discovered, again and again, that there was no escape from the night that never ends. Day 16 brought us our first real look at what the Night Lords considered art. The patrol that found it was a standard reconnaissance sweep myself, Hendricks, Marsh, and 2 newer soldiers whose names I never learned because they'd only been with the regiment for a few weeks. We were checking the perimeter around Outpost Delta, one of our forward positions that had gone silent during the night shift. The outpost itself appeared intact from the outside. No signs of battle, no breached walls, no evidence of the explosive violence that usually marked Xenos attacks. The blast doors were sealed, the defensive turrets were still in their proper positions, and the generator was still humming with quiet efficiency. It was only when we managed to override the door controls that we discovered what had happened to the garrison. "Emperor's mercy," whispered one of the new soldiers. "Thompson, I think his name was. What did this to them?" The interior of the outpost had been transformed into a gallery of horror. 12 soldiers had been stationed there, and all 12 bodies were present and accounted for. But they'd been arranged. Each corpse had been positioned with meticulous care, turned into living sculptures that told a story of escalating terror. The first body, near the entrance, showed only minor modifications. The soldier's lasgun had been fused to his hands with what looked like superheated metal, his face frozen in an expression of confusion rather than fear. But as we moved deeper into the outpost, the artistry became more elaborate and more disturbing. The second body had been stripped and positioned as if he was still on guard duty, but his spine had been replaced with a length of razor wire that kept him standing upright even in death. His skin had been tattooed with intricate patterns, not crude gang markings, but elegant, flowing designs that hurt to look at directly. The third soldier had been flayed with surgical precision, his skin removed in perfect sections and then sewn back together in the wrong order. Arms where legs should be, torso panels rotated and reversed, his face relocated to the back of his skull, yet somehow, impossibly, he was still recognizably human. But it was the modifications that made us realize we were looking at more than just post-mortem mutilation. Every single body bore the same mark, a lightning bolt carved deep into the forehead, the wound cauterized and filled with some kind of luminous blue substance that continued to glow hours after death. The Night Lord's heraldry burned into Imperial flesh like a brand of ownership. They're not just killing, I realized aloud. They're marking territory. Hendricks was scanning Vox frequencies, trying to pick up any trace of what had happened. His face was pale in the artificial light of our lumens, sweat beading on his forehead despite the cold. "I'm getting something," he reported. Recorded transmissions from the outpost's internal Vox system. He adjusted his equipment, and suddenly the dead air was filled with voices, the voices of the soldiers who had died here, recorded during their final hours. "This is Corporal Jennings, day 15, hour 6. All quiet on the perimeter. Could use some more recaf though. Getting hard to stay alert when you can't tell day from night." A pause, then the same voice, but tighter. "Corporal Jennings, hour 8. Thought I saw movement outside. Sending Davies to check the fence line." Another pause, longer this time. When Jennings' voice returned, it carried the first note of real fear. "Hour 10. Davies hasn't reported back. I can see his position on the Allspecs, but he's not responding to Vox. Going to investigate." The next transmission was different. Jennings' voice was the same, but there was something wrong with the cadence, the inflection. "Hour 12. Everything is fine here. Davies was just resting. We're all resting now." So peaceful in the dark. Then silence for what must have been hours before a final transmission that made my skin crawl. "This is the garrison of Outpost Delta. We have seen the truth that lurks beyond the Emperor's lies. We invite you to join us in understanding. Come quickly before the fear takes you too." The voice was still recognizably Jennings, but it carried harmonics that no human throat should have been able to produce. Underneath the words, almost subliminal, was the sound of something vast and predatory breathing. "They're not just killing our people," Hendricks said quietly. "They're recruiting them." That's when we found the command center. The outpost's commanding officer, Lieutenant Varys, was seated at his desk in perfect military posture, his hands folded, his uniform immaculate. At first glance, he appeared to be simply resting, perhaps fallen asleep at his post. It was only when you looked closer that you saw the truth. His eyes had been removed and replaced with small vid screens, each one playing a different recording. One showed pictures of his family back on his homeworld, wife, 2 young children, all of them smiling. The other showed the same family, but different, their faces twisted in terror, their bodies bearing the lightning bolt scars of the Night Lord's attention. Around his neck hung a data slate with a message in perfect high Gothic. Lieutenant Varys has chosen his family's fate. Which recording becomes reality depends on how quickly you surrender your fear to us. Choose wisely. We are patient, but they are not immortal. The implication was clear and horrible. Somewhere, somehow, the Night Lords had access to his family. They were using his love against him, even in death, turning his devotion into a weapon of psychological warfare. But the worst discovery came when Marsh, investigating the outpost's weapon stores, called out in a voice tight with horror, "Marcus, you need to see this." The armory had been converted into what could only be described as a shrine. The weapons had been arranged in precise patterns on the walls, each las gun and bolt pistol positioned to form larger symbols, the 8-pointed star of chaos, the lightning bolt of the Night Lords, and others I didn't recognize, but which made my eyes water to look at directly. At the center of the arrangement stood a full suit of Astartes power armor, but wrong in every possible way. Where it should have been the blue and gold of loyal space marines, this armor was midnight black with veins of electric blue running through it like captured lightning. The helmet's eye lenses glowed with malevolent intelligence, and when I looked into them, I swear I could see something looking back. Carved into the chest plate were words in High Gothic. We are the shadows cast by false hope. We are the truth that remains when lies burn away. We are coming. We need to get out of here, Thompson whispered, backing toward the exit. This place is cursed. He was right, but it was already too late. As we turned to leave, we found our path blocked by a figure in the doorway, one of our own soldiers, but wrong in subtle ways that made my mind rebel against recognizing him. It was Davies, the soldier who had supposedly been checking the fence line when everything went wrong. He stood at perfect attention, his weapon held in regulation position, his uniform clean and pressed. But his eyes were the color of fresh blood, and when he smiled, his teeth were too sharp and too numerous. "Welcome to Outpost Delta," he said in a voice that was almost Davies but carried undertones of grinding metal. "We've been expecting you." That's when I noticed the lightning bolt carved into his forehead, still weeping luminous fluid. "You're not Davies," I said, raising my weapon. "Of course I am. I'm also not Davies. Both things are true, little mouse. The Night Lords taught us that contradiction is the foundation of fear. You expect things to make sense, to follow rules, but sense is a luxury, and rules are for those who lack imagination." The thing wearing Davies' face began to move toward us, and I could see that its shadow was wrong, too long, too angular, with suggestions of wings and claws that didn't match its human form. "Run," I ordered my squad. "Everyone out, now." We bolted from the outpost as the Davies thing's laughter followed us into the eternal twilight. Behind us, I could hear the sound of the other corpses moving, getting up from their carefully arranged positions to join in what might have been pursuit or might have been play. As our chimera roared away from Outpost Delta, I looked back to see a dozen figures standing in the doorway, all bearing the lightning bolt scars, all wearing the faces of soldiers who had died in terror but found something worse than death in the darkness. They weren't chasing us. They were watching us leave, memorizing our faces, learning our fears, adding us to their collection of potential prey. The Night Lords had marked their territory with our comrades' bodies, and we were next on their list. The hunt had begun in earnest, and we were running out of places to hide. The Manufactorum district had been dead for 3 days when Commissar Vex ordered our patrol to sweep it for survivors. Dead was the operational term. No power signatures on the Auspex, no Vox transmissions, no movement detected by our orbital surveillance. But in a world where the dead had started talking, and shadows cast themselves independent of light sources, dead was a relative concept. Standard sweep pattern. Sergeant Corrick instructed as our squad dismounted from the Chimera at the district's main entrance. Teams of 3 maintain Vox contact every 15 minutes. Nobody goes anywhere alone. I was teamed with Hendricks and a replacement soldier named Preston who'd arrived with the last supply drop. Poor bastard had been on Nix Tertius for less than a week and already had the 1,000-yard stare of someone who'd seen too much. The kid couldn't have been more than 19. With soft features that belonged in a university lecture hall rather than a war zone. "Stay close," I told him, as we moved into the industrial complex. "Trust your instincts, but don't trust anything else." Not your eyes, not your ears, and definitely not familiar voices calling your name. The manufactorum had produced agricultural equipment for the local farming cooperatives, threshers, irrigation systems, and grain processors. Honest work for honest people, the kind of industrial backbone that kept the Imperium fed. Now it looked like a tomb, its assembly lines frozen mid-production, its corridors echoing with the hollow sound of our footsteps. Power's still on, Hendricks observed, nodding at the humming electrical conduits that ran along the ceiling. But no one home to use it. That was our first warning. In every other location where the Night Lords had struck, they'd cut the power first, using darkness as a weapon. Here, they'd left everything operational, which meant they wanted us to see something. We found the first sign of wrongness in Assembly Bay 7, where a production line for grain threshers had been converted into something else entirely. The industrial machinery was still running, its conveyor belts moving with mechanical precision, but instead of agricultural equipment, it was producing statues. Human figures carved from what looked like marble, each one perfectly detailed down to the expression of terror frozen on their faces. The assembly line stretched for 50 meters, dozens of statues in various stages of completion, and every single one depicted a different Imperial Guard soldier in their final moments of life. Emperor's blood, Preston whispered. Those faces, I recognized some of them. Soldier who went missing from 2nd Company last week, and that one. That's Trooper Williams from the supply depot. He was right. The statues weren't artistic interpretations, they were perfect replicas of our missing comrades, captured in stone at the moment of their death. But how do you carve screaming terror into marble? How do you make stone look like it's genuinely afraid? Hendricks was scanning his Vox unit, picking up faint transmissions from somewhere deeper in the complex. I'm getting something, he reported. Sounds like voices, but the signal's being bounced around by all the machinery. Can't get a fix on the source. What are they saying? I asked. He adjusted his receiver, frowning in concentration. It's strange. They're reciting technical manuals. Equipment maintenance procedures for Lehman Russ battle tanks. Load-bearing specifications for prefab HAB units. Like someone's reading from a training primer. That should have been reassuring. Technical manuals were about as far from supernatural horror as you could get. But something about the way Hendricks described it made my skin crawl. Let me listen, I said, taking the offered earpiece. The voices were indeed reciting technical specifications, but there was something wrong with the cadence, the timing. They spoke in perfect unison. Dozens of voices all saying the same words at exactly the same moment, with no variation in tone or inflection. And underneath the words, almost too quiet to hear, was the sound of breathing that belonged to something much larger than a human being. We pushed deeper into the complex, following the source of the transmissions. The corridors seemed to stretch longer than they should have, and I noticed that our footsteps were starting to echo in patterns that didn't match our movement. 3 sets of boots on metal grating should produce a steady rhythm, but our echoes came back in groups of 5 or 7, or sometimes not at all. The architecture's wrong, Preston observed, his voice tight with fear. These corridors are curving when they should be straight. He was right. The manufactorum's layout, which should have been a simple grid of production bays and service corridors, had become a labyrinth. Passages that led east on our maps were now heading north. Stairwells that should have gone up were taking us down. And all the while, those voices continued their monotone recitation of technical data. We found the source in what had once been the main production control center. The room was filled with servitors, dozens of them, all connected to a central cogitator system, all speaking in that same emotionless unison. But these weren't Imperial servitors. Their flesh was pale and waxy, their mechanical augmentations crude and brutal, and their eyes were the color of fresh blood. Servo skull maintenance protocols, they chanted. Remove cranial casing, inspect motivator assemblies, replace worn actuator cables, ensure neural interface remains viable for minimum 72 hours post-mortem. They're not reading from manuals, I realized with growing horror. They're giving instructions, teaching someone how to build. That's when I saw the workshop. In the back of the control room, someone had set up a surgical theater that belonged in the worst nightmare of a tech priest. Examination tables lined with restraint systems, arrays of cutting tools and augmentation devices, and in the center, a partially completed servitor that I recognized with sick certainty as Trooper Williams from the supply depot. He was still alive, though barely recognizable as human. His skull had been opened and filled with crude mechanical implants, his arms replaced with industrial manipulator claws, his legs fused with mobility tracks torn from a maintenance servitor. But his eyes, Emperor preserve us. His eyes were still human, still aware, still silently screaming. "We need to get out of here," Hendricks said, backing toward the door. "Right now." But the door was no longer there. In its place stood a wall of the same pale stone used for the statues, and carved into its surface were words in perfect High Gothic. "Welcome to the workshop. Class is now in session." The servitor things turned toward us in perfect synchronization, their chanted instructions changing. "Live subject procurement protocols. Subdue without permanent damage to nervous system. Preserve consciousness for educational value. Begin cranial access procedures. While subject remains responsive." That's when the lights went out. In the absolute darkness that followed, I could hear Preston screaming, but the sound was wrong, too high-pitched, too long, as if his throat was being stretched. Hendricks was shouting coordinates into his Vox, trying to call for extraction, but the only response was the sound of children laughing. And somewhere in the blackness, vast wings were beating. I fired my lasgun blind, the energy bolts providing brief snapshots of horror. Preston suspended in the air by something with too many arms. Hendricks pressed against the wall while pale figures worked on him with surgical instruments. And standing in the center of it all, a towering figure in midnight black power armor, watching our terror with the detached interest of a researcher observing lab specimens. A Night Lord, finally showing himself. Finally letting us see the architect of our torment. When he spoke, his voice was cultured, almost gentle. "Fear is such a pure emotion, don't you think? No pretense, no deception, no comfortable lies, just the honest recognition of one's place in the natural order." I kept firing, but my las bolts seemed to pass right through him, as if he were made of shadow and malice rather than flesh and bone. "Your friend will make an excellent addition to our workshop," the Night Lord continued conversationally. "His terror is so educational. We'll preserve it perfectly, ensure it remains fresh for centuries to come." The darkness pressed in around me, filled with the sound of screaming machinery and worse things that had no name. I fell to my knees, my weapon useless, my mind fragmenting under the weight of fear that felt too large for any human consciousness to contain. Then, impossibly, there was light, the harsh white beam of a searchlight cutting through the nightmare. Our Chimera APC, its hull-mounted lights blazing, had somehow found us in the labyrinthine complex. "Get in," Corrick's voice, real and human and wonderfully familiar. I ran for the vehicle, leaving behind whatever was left of Preston and Hendricks, leaving behind the workshop and its horrible lessons. As the APC reversed out of the manufactorum, I caught one last glimpse of the Night Lord through the rear vision port. He wasn't chasing us. He was applauding, because we hadn't escaped. We'd simply graduated to the next level of his curriculum, and our final examination was still to come. The Arbeits precinct had been a symbol of Imperial authority on Nyx Tertius, a fortress of black rockcrete and ceramite that stood as a reminder that the Emperor's law reached every corner of human space. When we found it on day 19, it had become something else entirely, a cathedral of suffering where the Night Lords had delivered their most eloquent sermon on the nature of fear. Commissar Vex had insisted on leading the patrol personally, claiming that the precinct's survival was crucial for maintaining civil order among the civilian population. What he didn't say, what none of us wanted to acknowledge, was that we were running out of strongholds, running out of places where we could pretend we were still in control. "Standard formation," Vex ordered, as our convoy approached the precinct's main gate. "Weapons ready, but no one fires unless I give the order." The building looked intact from the outside. No breached walls, no signs of battle, no evidence of the explosive violence that marked most Sinos attacks. The Arbite's ceremonial banners still hung from the ramparts, and the great bronze aquila above the main entrance gleamed in the artificial light of our lumens. But the silence was wrong. The precinct should have been bustling with activity. Arbites conducting patrols, processing criminals, maintaining the civil order that kept Imperial society functioning. Instead, we heard nothing but the whisper of wind through empty corridors. "Sir," I ventured as we approached the main entrance. "The doors are standing open." Vex nodded grimly. The massive blast doors that protected the precinct's lobby, doors that could withstand siege cannon fire, were not only unlocked, but had been carefully propped open with ceremonial scroll cases. Someone wanted us to enter. The lobby had been transformed into an art gallery. Display cases that had once held evidence of criminal activity now contained more personal exhibits. The flayed skin of Arbite's officers, stretched and mounted like parchment, each piece bearing inscriptions in what looked like their own blood. The messages were written in High Gothic, rendered in the flowing script taught to law enforcement officials. Justice is the application of fear in service to order. The guilty fear punishment. The innocent fear accusation. All fear judgment. We have learned to worship what we once sought to control. Emperor's blood, whispered Trooper Cadian, one of the few original members of our squad still alive. What kind of monsters could do this? The educational kind, came a voice from the shadows. We spun toward the sound, weapons raised, and found ourselves facing Judge Captain Thorne, the precinct's commanding officer. He stood in the doorway to the main processing center, his ceremonial robes immaculate, his badge of office gleaming. At first glance, he appeared completely normal, a distinguished man in his 60s, with steel-gray hair and the kind of authoritative bearing that came from decades of dispensing imperial justice. It was only when he stepped into the light that we saw what had been done to him. His skin had been removed with surgical precision, and then replaced, but wrong. The dermis that covered his face belonged to a much younger man, while his hands bore the weathered skin of someone ancient. His neck was covered with what looked like a child's flesh, pale and smooth and horrible in its innocence. "Welcome to the precinct of perfect justice," he said, his voice carrying the cultured tones of a career law officer. "We've been waiting for you." Vex stepped forward, his bolt pistol drawn but not yet aimed. "Judge Captain Thorne, I am Commissar Vex of the 47th Cadian. Report your status." "My status?" Thorne laughed, and the sound was like glass breaking in a distant room. "I am experiencing perfect clarity, Commissar. For the first time in my career, I understand the true nature of justice." He began walking toward us, his movements unnaturally fluid. "You see, we spend our lives fighting crime, punishing lawbreakers, maintaining order. But we never ask the fundamental question, why do people obey the law? Because it's right," Vex replied firmly. "Because the Emperor commands it."
Youth.
Thorne's smile was terrible in its sincerity. "They obey because they're afraid of what happens if they don't. Fear is the foundation of all law, all order, all civilization." The Night Lord simply refined the concept. That's when I noticed the other Arbites emerging from the shadows of the lobby. A dozen officers in full ceremonial dress, all bearing the same surgical modifications, all wearing the skin of different people like patchwork quilts of humanity. "Allow me to demonstrate," Thorne continued, raising his hand. The lights in the lobby suddenly blazed to full intensity, revealing the true horror of what the precinct had become. The walls were covered with the flayed forms of criminals and law officers alike, all arranged in a grotesque tableau that showed the progression from arrest to judgment to execution. But these weren't corpses. They were still alive, still conscious, their eyes tracking our movement as they hung suspended in their personal hells, and they were all smiling. "You see," Thorne explained conversationally, "we discovered that pain is just another form of instruction. Fear is simply advanced education. The Night Lords taught us that suffering, properly applied, can transform any criminal into a model citizen." He gestured to a figure hanging near the entrance, a man whose skin had been peeled back to reveal the muscle structure beneath, but who was somehow still alive and apparently experiencing bliss rather than agony. "Meet Jeremiah Hoss, formerly a grain thief. Now he understands the beauty of imperial law. Don't you, Jeremiah?" The flayed man nodded enthusiastically, his exposed throat working as he tried to speak. What emerged was a wet, bubbling sound that might have been words of gratitude. "This is heresy," Vex declared, raising his weapon. "You've all been corrupted by Xeno's influence. Have we?" Thorn tilted his head, genuinely curious. "Or have we simply achieved a more perfect understanding of justice? Tell me, commissar, how many men have you executed for cowardice? How many soldiers have you killed to maintain discipline? That's different. That's duty. Is it, or is it fear? Fear of chaos, fear of disorder, fear of what happens when authority breaks down." Thorn's smile widened. "The Night Lord showed us that fear and justice are the same thing. We've simply embraced the lesson." The other Arbites began moving closer, forming a circle around our squad. Their weapons were holstered, their hands empty, but there was something in their eyes that made my trigger finger twitch. "We're leaving," Vex announced. "Stand aside." "Oh, but you can't leave yet," Thorn replied sadly. "You haven't seen the best part of our exhibition, the piece de resistance." He led us, though led wasn't quite accurate since we were clearly being herded into the precinct's main courtroom. What we found there broke something fundamental in my understanding of reality. The courtroom had been converted into an amphitheater, with dozens of seats arranged in concentric circles around a central stage. Every seat was occupied by a figure in Arbite's uniform, all of them bearing the patchwork skin modifications, all of them watching the stage with rapt attention. At the center of the stage, strung up by chains and cables that kept him suspended in a grotesque parody of crucifixion, was Judge Praetor Voss, the senior Arbite's official for the entire sector. He was still alive, though barely recognizable as human after whatever surgical procedures had been performed on him. His skin had been completely removed and replaced with a patchwork of flesh from his own officers and prisoners. But it was his face that made me retch. They'd replaced his features with those of a child, innocent and angelic, framed by the tortured remnants of his adult body. "Ladies and gentlemen," Thorn announced to his audience of horrors, "tonight we present the final judgment of Praetor Voss, who spent 40 years dispensing imperial justice without ever understanding its true nature." The suspended figure raised his head, the child's face incongruous on the mutilated body, and began to speak. But the words that emerged weren't his own. They came from a Vox unit that had been surgically implanted in his throat, and the voice was that of a Night Lord. "Citizens of the Imperium," the child's face said with the Night Lord's voice, "you have been deceived. The Emperor's justice is built on lies, maintained through fear, and enforced by those too cowardly to embrace the truth of their own brutality." The audience of corrupted Arbites applauded politely, their patchwork faces bearing expressions of enlightened understanding. "But we offer a better way," the voice continued. "We offer honest terror, pure fear, uncontaminated by pretense or self-righteousness. We offer the justice of the night, where all are equal in their suffering." "This is madness," Vex whispered, but I could hear the uncertainty creeping into his voice. "Is it?" Thorn asked gently. "Or is it simply the logical conclusion of everything you've ever believed? How many worlds have you helped conquer in the name of imperial justice? How many populations have you terrified into compliance? How many innocents have died because they were afraid to resist?" The Night Lord's voice emerged again from Voss's mutilated throat. "We are not your enemies, servants of the false emperor. We are your teachers, showing you the ultimate refinement of the fear you've always used as a tool." That's when the real horror began. One by one, the Arbites in the audience began to remove their faces, literally peeling away the stolen skin to reveal what lay beneath. They weren't human anymore, if they ever had been. Pale, elongated features, eyes like burning coals, teeth that belonged in a carnivore's mouth. But they retained enough human characteristics to be recognizably what they had once been. "Choose," Thorn said to our squad, his own face beginning to peel away to reveal something ancient and hungry underneath. "Join us in understanding, or remain trapped in the delusion of righteousness." Vex's response was to open fire, his bolt pistol thundering in the enclosed space. The explosive rounds tore through Thorn's chest, sending him staggering backward. But he didn't fall. Instead, he looked down at the wounds with mild interest. Such passion, he observed as black ichor leaked from the holes in his torso. Such commitment to your beliefs. You'll make excellent students. That's when the lights went out, and in the darkness that followed, I heard Commissar Vex screaming, not in pain, but in the kind of existential terror that comes from realizing everything you've ever believed about justice and duty, and the Emperor's protection, was just another lie. When emergency lighting finally flickered on, we found ourselves alone in the courtroom. No corrupted Arbites, no suspended praetor, no sign of the horrors we'd witnessed. Just empty seats, and the smell of burned flesh. But carved into the judge's bench, in letters 2 feet high, was a message that made my blood freeze. The trial continues. Verdict pending. And hanging from the ceiling, suspended by chains we hadn't seen before, was Commissar Vex. Still alive, still conscious, but wrong in ways that made my sanity recoil. His uniform had been replaced with judicial robes. His face bore the serene expression of someone who had finally found perfect understanding, and when he looked at us, his eyes held the same terrible enlightenment we'd seen in the corrupted Arbites. "The Emperor protects," he said, in a voice that was still his own but carried harmonics of something infinitely older and hungrier. "But protection is just another word for control, and control is just another word for fear." We ran then, fleeing the precinct as laughter followed us into the eternal night. Behind us, I could hear Vex delivering a sermon to an empty courtroom, his voice growing stronger and more confident as he explained the perfect justice of terror. The Night Lords had converted another servant of the Emperor, and we were running out of faith to sustain us. In the distance, carried on the wind, came the sound of children singing that horrible nursery rhyme. But now, I recognized one of the voices in the chorus. It was my own. The warp storm changed on day 22. What had been a stable manifestation of chaos, if anything involving the Immaterium could ever be called stable, and suddenly erupted into something far worse. The wound in reality that had swallowed our sun began to pulse with malevolent energy, sending cascades of crimson lightning across the twilight sky. I was on watch duty when it started, manning one of the observation posts that ringed our steadily shrinking perimeter. The first bolt came without warning, a jagged spear of red energy that split the sky from horizon to horizon, illuminating the landscape in hellish crimson light. For just an instant, in the brief moment when that lightning painted the world in blood-colored shadows, I saw them. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands. Dark figures with vast wings spread wide, perched on every rooftop, every communications tower, every elevated surface within sight of our base. They weren't hiding anymore, weren't playing games of shadow and suggestion. They were displaying themselves in all their terrible glory, letting us see exactly what we were up against. Night Lords, an entire company of them, maybe more, arranged in perfect formation like some grotesque honor guard. Their power armor gleamed like oil in the lightning's glow, and their red eye lenses burned with intelligence that was ancient beyond human comprehension. Then the lightning faded, and they vanished back into the shadows as if they'd never been there at all. "Did you see?" began Trooper Hendricks, who was sharing the watch with me. "I saw," I replied, my voice steadier than I felt. "Emperor's throne, there are so many of them." The storm intensified throughout the night, each flash of warp lightning revealing new horrors. Sometimes the Night Lords were closer, perched on our own defensive walls like massive carrion birds. Sometimes they were arranged in ritual patterns that hurt to look at directly. Once, terrifyingly, they appeared to be standing in formation on the empty air itself, defying gravity through some application of dark sorcery. But it was the third hour of the storm when the real terror began. The lightning struck our main power generator, and every electrical system in the base died instantly. Not damaged, simply turned off, as if the chaos energy had reached out and flipped a switch somewhere in the Immaterium. Emergency lighting failed to activate. Backup power systems remained silent. Even our handheld lumens refused to function. For the first time since arriving on Nix Tertius, we experienced true darkness. "All units, report," came Lieutenant Morrison's voice over the Vox, distorted by static but recognizably human. "Sound off by squad." The responses came back one by one, scared voices calling out in the dark. "Alpha Squad, 5 effectives.
Beta Squad, 3 effectives. Gamma Squad, silence. Then Gamma Squad, we're all here, all happy, all ready to see the truth. The voice was Sergeant Martinez, but wrong in the same way the corrupted Arbites had been wrong. Too calm, too peaceful, carrying harmonics that suggested things better left unimagined. Martinez, Morrison's voice cracked through the static. Report your position. We're right here, Lieutenant. We're everywhere. We're coming to show you what we've learned. That's when the screaming started. Not from our Vox units this time, but from the barracks, the supply depots, the command bunker itself. Voices raised in terror, cut short with mechanical precision, then replaced by that same terrible calm we'd heard in Martinez's transmission.
They're inside the base, I realized with growing horror. They're taking our people one by one. Hendricks was frantically working his portable Vox unit, trying to establish contact with anyone, anywhere. I'm getting transmissions from all over the sector, he reported. Bases, outposts, civilian settlements. They're all going dark, one by one. He handed me the earpiece, and I listened to a symphony of ending worlds. Voices from Firebase Tango, which we'd thought was destroyed weeks ago. Come join us in the darkness. It's so peaceful here. Transmissions from the capital city, 200 kilometers away. The Night Lords offer salvation through terror. Why did we resist for so long? But the worst were the voices I recognized, soldiers from our own regiment, who'd been reported missing or killed in action. They were all broadcasting now, all inviting us to surrender, all promising that the fear would end once we stopped fighting it. Marcus, came a familiar voice through the static. Marcus, it's Sergeant Corrick. Listen to me carefully. My blood turned to ice. Corrick had disappeared 3 days ago during a patrol sweep. We'd assumed he was dead. Sarge, I responded cautiously. The Night Lords, they're not what we thought. They're not just killers, Marcus. They're teachers. They showed me things, wonderful things. The beauty of fear, the purity of terror. I understand now why the Emperor's light was always a lie. Where are you, Sergeant? I'm right behind you, son. I spun around, weapon raised, but saw nothing but darkness. Hendricks had gone silent, his breathing shallow and quick. I can smell your fear, Corrick's voice continued, now seeming to come from multiple directions at once. It's beautiful, Marcus. So rich, so complex. The Night Lords taught me to appreciate it properly. You're not Corrick, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Of course I am. I'm also not Corrick. Both things are true, just like the commissar taught us. Contradiction is the foundation of fear. That's when the emergency lighting finally activated, bathing our section of the base in hellish red illumination. And there, standing not 5 meters away, was Sergeant Corrick. He looked exactly as I remembered him. Grizzled features, regulation uniform, the scar across his left cheek from a green-skin blade on Mordak's Prime. But his eyes were wrong, glowing with the same crimson light as the emergency lumens. And when he smiled, I could see that his teeth had been filed to points. Hello, Marcus, he said in his familiar voice. We've missed you. That's when I noticed the others. They emerged from the shadows like ghosts made flesh, every soldier we'd lost over the past weeks, all wearing their familiar faces, all bearing that same terrible serenity. Martinez and his Gamma Squad, the missing personnel from Firebase Delta, even poor Preston, the kid who'd been taken in the Manufactorum district. They formed a circle around Hendricks and me, their movements perfectly coordinated, their weapons lowered but ready. And behind them, emerging from the darkness with the liquid grace of apex predators, came the Night Lords themselves. 3 of them, each standing nearly 3 meters tall in their power armor, their presence filling the air with an almost physical sense of dread. Their helmets bore the stylized skulls and lightning bolts of their legion, and their red eye lenses burned with malevolent intelligence. The center figure, whose armor bore the elaborate decorations of a commander, stepped forward and removed his helmet. The face beneath was aristocratic, almost handsome, with pale skin and dark hair. He could have passed for a noble of terror, if not for the eyes, ancient predatory eyes that held the accumulated malice of 10,000 years. "Guardsman of the 47th Cadian," he said in a voice like silk wrapped around broken glass. "I am Captain Zal Voss of the Night Lord's 8th Company. You have provided us with excellent entertainment. What do you want?" I managed to ask. "Want?" He seemed genuinely amused by the question. "We want nothing. We already have everything we need. Your fear, your despair, your growing understanding that the Emperor's light was always an illusion. These are gifts beyond price." He gestured to the circle of corrupted soldiers. "Your comrades have learned this truth. They've embraced the beauty of terror, the honest purity of fear unclouded by false hope. They're happy now, in ways they never were when they served the corpse god." "They're dead," Hendricks whispered. "Are they?" Voss tilted his head, genuinely curious. "Coric, are you dead?" "No, my lord," the thing wearing my sergeant's face replied. "I've never been more alive. The fear has awakened senses I never knew I possessed." "Preston, do you regret your transformation?" "Never, my lord. The workshop was educational. I learned so much about the nature of suffering." Voss turned back to us, his smile widening. "You see, death is such a crude concept. We prefer refinement, enhancement, evolution through terror." The storm above us reached a crescendo, red lightning turning the sky into a window into hell itself. In each flash, I could see more Night Lords. Dozens of them, hundreds, perched on every surface like a convention of demons. "Choose," Voss said simply. "Join your friends in understanding or continue to cling to the delusion that resistance serves any purpose." That's when Hendricks surprised me. The scared little Vox operator who'd been jumping at shadows for weeks suddenly straightened up, raised his laser gun, and opened fire at point-blank range. His shots took Coric in the chest, punching through the familiar uniform with flashes of coherent light. The thing that wore my sergeant's face looked down at the smoking wounds with mild interest. "Such passion," it observed. "Such commitment to false ideals. You'll make excellent students." Then it moved faster than anything human should have been able to move, covering the distance to Hendricks in a single bound. There was a wet sound, a brief scream, and then silence. When the red lightning flashed again, I saw Hendricks suspended in the air, held aloft by claws that had erupted from Coric's fingertips. The Vox operator was still alive, still conscious, but his eyes were already beginning to glow with that familiar crimson light. "Welcome to the truth," Coric said gently, lowering the transforming soldier to the ground. "Isn't it beautiful?" I ran then, fleeing through the darkened base as laughter followed me into the night. Behind me, I could hear new voices joining the chorus of the converted Hendricks' voice, speaking words of gratitude for his enlightenment. As I reached the motor pool, desperately seeking some means of escape, I looked back to see the entire base illuminated by warp lightning. Every surface was covered with Night Lords, their wings spread wide in a display of absolute dominance, and walking among them, wearing the faces of everyone I'd ever served with, were the converts, Imperial guardsmen, who had found a new kind of faith in the darkness. The storm was ending, but the real nightmare was just beginning, because I could feel it starting inside my own mind, the first stirrings of understanding, the beginning of acceptance. The Night Lords weren't trying to kill us. They were trying to save us from the lie of hope. And Emperor, forgive me, Part of me was starting to think they might be right. By day 25, what remained of the 47th Cadian had split into factions, and each faction was slowly destroying itself. The division started over something as simple as rations. Trooper Kellyan had been caught hoarding protein bars in his footlocker, just 3 days' worth, barely enough to matter in the grand scheme of things. In the old world, before the sun died, it would have earned him a reprimand and extra guard duty. Instead, it nearly started a war. Hoarding supplies while his comrades go hungry, snarled Corporal Davies, his gaunt face twisted with an anger that went far beyond the crime. That's heresy, pure and simple. Selfishness in the face of duty. It's 3 protein bars, I tried to reason. The man was scared, saving them for when things got worse. When things got worse, Davies laughed, and there was an edge of hysteria in it. Look around, Valerius. How much worse can they get? The sun is gone. Our officers are dead or converted. We're trapped on a world where shadows have teeth and the dead sing lullabies. He wasn't wrong, but the venom in his voice, the way his eyes burned with zealous fury, reminded me uncomfortably of the corrupted Arbites we'd encountered. Fear was changing us, turning devotion into fanaticism, caution into paranoia. Lieutenant Morrison tried to maintain order, but his authority had been cracking along with everything else. The man who'd once commanded a full company with confidence now jumped at every shadow, second-guessed every decision, and spent his nights reciting the litany of protection in a voice that grew more desperate with each repetition. "We need to maintain discipline," he announced during the morning assembly, addressing the maybe 40 soldiers who remained from our original 1,000. "The Emperor's light. The Emperor's light is gone." The shout came from Private Marsh, who'd been with us since the beginning, but was barely recognizable now. His face was gaunt from too little sleep and too much fear, his eyes wild with something that might have been madness or might have been clarity. "Look at the sky, Lieutenant. When did you last see the sun? When did you last feel hope?" "The Emperor protects," Morrison replied automatically, but his voice lacked conviction. "Does he?" Marsh pushed forward, and I could see other soldiers nodding in agreement. Where was his protection when the Night Lords took Preston? Where was his light when they turned Corrick into that thing? "That's heretical talk," Davies snarled, his hand moving to his weapon, questioning the Emperor's will in the face of Xenos influence. "Xenos?" Marsh laughed bitterly. "These aren't Xenos, Davies. They're Astartes. Traitor Marines, yes, but still the Emperor's own angels of death. If his own sons can fall so far, what does that say about his protection?" That's when the shooting started. Davies drew his pistol and put a bolt through Marsh's chest before anyone could react. The soldier went down hard, blood spreading across his uniform, his eyes wide with shock and betrayal. "The penalty for heresy is death," Davies announced to the stunned formation. "I won't let this regiment fall to corruption." But instead of the approval he'd expected, Davies found himself facing the raised weapons of half the remaining soldiers. The other half had their guns trained on them. In the space of seconds, the 47th Cadian had split down the middle, each side convinced the other was tainted by heretical thinking. "Stand down," Morrison shouted, but his voice was lost in the rising tide of accusations and counter-accusations. "You're all infected," Davies screamed, backing toward the armory. "The Night Lords have poisoned your minds. I can see it in your eyes. The only poison here is fear," called back Sergeant Voss, one of the few NCOs still alive. "Fear that's making us turn on each other instead of the real enemy." "There is no real enemy." Davies had reached the armory and was fumbling for the heavy weapons. "Don't you understand? This is a test. The Emperor is testing our faith and you're all failing." That's when I realized the horrible truth. Davies wasn't wrong, exactly. But neither was Voss. They were both right, and both catastrophically wrong, trapped in contradictions that had no resolution except violence. The Night Lords had achieved something remarkable. They'd turned our faith against itself, made our devotion to the Emperor a source of division rather than unity. Every prayer became suspect, every expression of loyalty a potential sign of corruption. We were destroying ourselves with the very beliefs that were supposed to sustain us. "Everyone lower your weapons," I said, stepping into the space between the two factions. "This is exactly what they want. Can't you see? They're not even here, and we're doing their work for them." "Whose side are you on, Valerius?" Davies demanded, a heavy bolter now cradled in his arms. "The Emperor's side, the regiment's side, the side that says we're stronger together than apart." "Pretty words," said a voice from the shadows, "but ultimately meaningless." We all turned toward the sound, weapons swiveling to track the new threat. From the darkness between two supply containers emerged a figure in midnight blue power armor, his helmet bearing the skull and lightning heraldry of the Night Lords. He moved with casual confidence, apparently unconcerned by the dozens of weapons trained on him. When he spoke, his voice carried the cultured tones of Terran nobility, mixed with something far more ancient and predatory. "I am Sergeant Malkarian of the Night Lord's 8th Company," he announced, "and I've come to offer you a choice." "Kill it!" Davies screamed, opening fire with the heavy bolter. The explosive rounds hammered into the Night Lord's armor, each impact producing brilliant flashes of light and shower of ceramite fragments. But when the firing stopped and the smoke cleared, Malkarian was still standing, apparently unharmed. "Such passion," he observed mildly. "Such conviction. Tell me, loyal servant of the Corpse Emperor, do you truly believe those shots had any chance of harming me? Or were you simply making noise to cover the sound of your faith cracking?" Davies tried to fire again, but the heavy bolter had jammed. He worked the action desperately, his face twisted with fear and rage. "Your weapons are tools," Malkarian continued conversationally. "Useful for killing ordinary enemies, but meaningless against those who understand the true nature of fear. Watch." He gestured casually, and every weapon in the compound simply stopped working. Triggers wouldn't pull, power cells drained instantly, and firing mechanisms locked solid. We stood there, 40 soldiers of the Imperial Guard, rendered helpless by a casual display of power that shouldn't have been possible. "How?" Morrison began. "Fear," Malkarian replied. "Fear is a living thing, gentlemen. It has weight, substance, power. Your terror has been feeding us for weeks, growing stronger with every nightmare, every moment of despair. Now it's strong enough to affect the physical world." He began walking among us, and I noticed that his footsteps left no marks on the ground, as if he weren't entirely real or existed in some space between reality and nightmare. "You were arguing about faith," he continued, "about whether the Emperor protects, whether your devotion has meaning, whether hope is a lie or a necessity. Fascinating questions. Would you like to know the answers?" "Don't listen to him," Davies whispered, but his voice lacked conviction. "Oh, but you should listen," Malkarian said with genuine warmth. "I'm the only one here who's been completely honest with you. Your Emperor, he promises protection, but delivers only suffering. Your officers, they mouth words about duty while sending you to die for causes they don't understand. Your comrades, they'll turn on you the moment their fear becomes stronger than their loyalty." He stopped directly in front of me, his helmet's red eye lenses boring into my soul. "But we Night Lords make only one promise, that fear is eternal. And in embracing it, you find a kind of truth that no false hope can provide." "We'll never join you," I said. though my voice came out weaker than I'd intended. "Join us." Malkarian laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "My dear guardsman, you already have. Look around you. Look at what you've become." He was right. We stood in our fractured formation, weapons useless in our hands, glaring at each other with suspicion and hatred. The Night Lords hadn't needed to convert us. We'd converted ourselves, transformed from a loyal Imperial regiment into a collection of terrified individuals who trusted no one and believed in nothing. "The beautiful irony," Malkarian continued, "is that this transformation happened through your faith, not in spite of it. Your devotion to the Emperor, your loyalty to the regiment, your hope for salvation, all of these things became weapons we used against you." He gestured to Davies, who was still clutching his jammed bolter. "That one's faith has become fanaticism. He'll kill anyone who doesn't match his definition of purity." Then to Voss, "That one's loyalty has become paranoia. He sees betrayal in every shadow, heresy in every doubt." Finally, he turned back to me. "And you, Valerius, you've become the most dangerous of all. A man who still believes in hope, despite overwhelming evidence that hope is a lie. You'll keep fighting, keep trying to hold the regiment together, even as it tears itself apart around you." "What's your point?" I asked. "My point is that you're already perfect Night Lords. You simply haven't admitted it yet. We don't need to corrupt you. Corruption is the natural state of all thinking beings. We just need to help you recognize what you've already become." The silence that followed was broken only by the sound of wind through the razor wire and the distant rumble of the warp storm overhead. We all knew he was right. We'd been fighting an enemy that lived inside our own hearts, used our own beliefs against us, turned our greatest strengths into fatal weaknesses. And the worst part was that I could feel the appeal of what he was offering. No more doubts, no more contradictions, no more exhausting struggle to maintain faith in the face of endless horror. Just the simple, honest acknowledgement of fear as the fundamental truth of existence. "Choose quickly," Malkarian said, beginning to fade back into the shadows. "Dawn is coming, not the sun, of course, but something far more interesting. The final lesson begins soon, and those who haven't learned to embrace fear will find the experience educational." Then he was gone, leaving us alone with our broken weapons and our fractured faith. In the distance, I could hear the sound of children singing that horrible nursery rhyme, but now I recognized all the voices in the chorus. They belonged to every soldier we'd lost since the sun died, and one of them sounded suspiciously like my own. The cathedral had been the spiritual heart of Nix Tertius, a soaring edifice of white marble and golden aquila that stood as a testament to the Emperor's glory. When we found it on day 28, it had become something else entirely, a recording studio where the Night Lords had been perfecting the art of psychological warfare. Lieutenant Morrison ordered the reconnaissance after our Vox operators reported strange transmissions coming from the cathedral's location. Not the usual mix of screams and perverted hymns we'd grown accustomed to, but something far more unsettling. Our own voices, speaking words we'd never said, having conversations that had never happened. "It could be a trap," warned Sergeant Voss, as our depleted squad, maybe 15 soldiers total, approached the cathedral's main entrance. "Everything's a trap," Morrison replied wearily. The lieutenant had aged decades in the past weeks, his once pristine uniform now stained with fear sweat and desperation. "But we need to know what they're doing in there." The cathedral's doors stood open, and from within came the sound of a choir singing the canticle of the Emperor's glory. It should have been comforting, the familiar hymn, the beautiful voices, the echo of faith made manifest. Instead, it filled me with a dread so profound that my hands started shaking, because I recognized the voices in that choir. That's Corporal Martinez," whispered Trooper Kellyan, his face pale in the artificial twilight. "And Private Thompson. But they're dead. We saw them die." The voices were indeed those of our fallen comrades, but they were singing words that had been subtly altered, perverted into something that sounded holy, but carried an undertone of pure malice. "The Emperor protects us with chains of gold, but freedom comes to those who are bold. In darkness we find our truest sight. Ave Night Lords, bringers of light." "We should turn back," suggested Private Garron, one of the newest replacements. "This place is cursed." But Morrison was already moving toward the entrance, his weapon raised, but his movements suggesting a man walking toward his own execution. "We have our orders. Check every building, secure any survivors, assess enemy positions." The interior of the cathedral took my breath away, and not in a good way. The vast nave had been converted into what could only be described as a recording studio from hell. Where pews once stood in orderly rows, there were now thousands of Vox recording devices arranged in perfect geometric patterns. Each one was different. Some were standard Imperial communications equipment, others appeared to be Xenos technology, and still others seemed to be built from components that defied identification. But it was the choir itself that made my sanity recoil. In the cathedral's chancel, where the high altar should have stood, was a collection of servitors unlike anything I'd ever seen. They had once been human, I could tell that much from the basic body structure, but they'd been extensively modified with crude augmentations that seemed designed more for psychological effect than practical function. Their mouths had been replaced with Vox grills that could apparently reproduce any voice with perfect fidelity. Their eyes were banks of recording equipment, constantly scanning and cataloging every sound in the cathedral. And their brains, Emperor's blood, their brains were exposed, floating in clear nutrient tanks connected to the recording devices by bundles of neural cables. They were singing in the voices of our dead comrades, but as we watched in horror, they began cycling through different voices, different identities. I heard my own voice raised in that perverted hymn, then Morrison's, then Voss's. Every person who'd ever spoken within range of a Vox unit was apparently part of their repertoire. "Welcome to the Hall of Echoes," came a familiar voice from the cathedral's upper galleries. We looked up to see Commissar Vex standing in the choir loft, but wrong in ways that made my eyes water. His uniform was immaculate, his posture perfect, his face bearing the same stern authority I remembered. But his skin had taken on a waxy, translucent quality, and I could see things moving beneath the surface cables, perhaps, or something more organic. "Commissar," Morrison called out, hope and horror warring in his voice. "Of course, Lieutenant, though I must admit my perspective on duty has expanded somewhat since our last conversation." Vex began descending the stairs with mechanical precision, each step perfectly measured. "The Night Lords have been most educational. They've shown me that fear and faith are not opposites, but different faces of the same truth." As he drew closer, I could see that his eyes had been replaced with the same recording equipment used by the servitor choir. When he blinked, I caught glimpses of spinning reels and flickering lights. "What have they done to you?" Voss whispered. "Improved me," Vex replied with genuine warmth. "I spent 30 years serving the Emperor, dispensing his justice, maintaining discipline through fear of punishment. But I never truly understood what I was doing until the Night Lords explained it to me." He gestured to the recording equipment that filled the cathedral. "Every word you've ever spoken into a Vox unit, every conversation held near a communications device, every prayer whispered in the dark. All of it has been catalogued, analyzed, understood. Your hopes, your fears, your deepest secrets, all laid bare for study. One of the recording devices near us crackled to life, playing back a conversation I remembered from weeks ago, myself talking to Hendrix about missing home, wondering if we'd ever see Cadia again. But the playback was subtly different, the words rearranged to make it sound like I was expressing doubt about the Emperor's protection, questioning the righteousness of our cause. Fascinating, isn't it? Vex continued. How easily truth can be recontextualized. How words spoken in faith can be made to sound heretical with just a small adjustment in emphasis. More recording devices activated, filling the cathedral with a cacophony of familiar voices speaking unfamiliar words. I heard myself confessing to cowardice, Morrison admitting to heretical thoughts, Voss expressing admiration for Zeno's philosophy, all of it perfectly crafted from real speech patterns, but assembled into damning confessions that would have earned us all a bolt round if heard by the wrong ears. "This is impossible," Morrison said, but his voice lacked conviction. "Is it? Or is it simply the logical application of technology and patience? The Night Lords have had 10,000 years to perfect their craft. They've learned that the most effective weapon is not the bolt or the blade, but the word, the right word, spoken at the right time, in the right voice." Vex stopped directly in front of our formation, and I could hear the whir of recording equipment operating inside his skull. "They're building something wonderful here, gentlemen. A library of human emotion, catalogued by species, indexed by fear response, cross-referenced by cultural background. Every terror that has ever gripped a human heart, preserved for study and replication." "Why?" I asked, though I dreaded the answer. "Because fear is the only universal language. Every culture in the galaxy has different concepts of honor, different ideas about duty, different relationships with the divine. But fear is constant. The fear of pain, of death, of loss, of the unknown. These are the fundamental experiences that unite all sentient life." He began walking among us, studying each soldier with the detached interest of a researcher examining specimens. The Emperor's servants believe they can inspire loyalty through hope, through promises of glory and salvation. But hope is fragile, dependent on circumstances, vulnerable to disappointment. Fear, however, is eternal. It requires no maintenance, no reinforcement, no constant affirmation. Once properly installed, it becomes self-sustaining. The servitor choir had stopped singing and was now speaking in unison, using the voices of our fallen comrades to deliver what sounded like a lecture on military doctrine. The fundamental principle of Imperial Guard tactics is the application of overwhelming force to break enemy morale. But what happens when the enemy's morale cannot be broken? What happens when fear becomes their strength rather than their weakness? They're not just studying us, I realized with growing horror. They're preparing for something bigger, learning how to break not just soldiers, but entire populations. Vex smiled, and the expression was terrible on his transformed features. "Very good, Guardsman Valerius. Yes, this is merely field testing, a small-scale experiment to refine techniques that will eventually be applied on a much larger scale. Imagine entire hive cities paralyzed by perfectly crafted fear, entire sectors surrendering not to superior firepower, but to the certain knowledge that resistance is futile." The recording equipment around us began playing back conversations from across the regiment's history. Battles on Mordax Prime, training exercises on Cadia, quiet moments between comrades who trusted each other with their deepest thoughts. All of it now part of a vast database of human weakness, catalogued for use against future victims. "You're monsters," Voss said, but his voice carried more exhaustion than anger. "Are we? Or are we simply honest about what warfare really is? Your emperor conquers worlds by inspiring terror in his enemies. Your commissars maintain discipline through fear of execution. Your entire civilization is built on the understanding that might makes right, that the weak exist to serve the strong. We've simply refined the concept. That's when I noticed something that made my blood freeze. Mixed in with the recordings of our own voices were other transmissions from worlds we'd never visited, conversations in languages we'd never heard, the last words of soldiers from regiments that had been destroyed decades before we'd even been born. "How long have you been doing this?" I asked. 10 millennia, Vex replied proudly. "Since the heresy itself. Every world we've visited, every population we've terrorized, every soldier we've broken, all of it carefully documented, analyzed, refined. You're part of a project that spans the entire galaxy, a comprehensive study of fear that will eventually encompass every form of sentient life." The recording devices began playing a new sound, children laughing and playing, the sound of innocence and joy. But underneath the laughter was something else, something that suggested the children were playing games that involved pain, games that taught them to find pleasure in others' suffering. "The next generation," Vex explained with paternal pride. "Children born into fear, raised on terror, taught from birth that the strong survive by making the weak suffer. They'll grow up thinking it's natural, inevitable. They'll spread that understanding wherever they go, infecting entire cultures with the knowledge that hope is delusion and fear is truth." "Emperor preserve us," Morrison whispered. "The Emperor is dead," the servitor choir responded in perfect unison, using our own voices to deliver the blasphemy. "Has been for 10,000 years. You're praying to a corpse, fighting for a lie, dying for a delusion that was never real." That's when the lights went out, plunging the cathedral into absolute darkness. In the blackness that followed, I could hear the recording equipment continuing to operate, preserving every word of terror, every gasp of fear, every prayer for salvation that would never come. And somewhere in that darkness, vast wings were beating, carrying us deeper into the night that never ends. When emergency lighting finally flickered on, we were alone in the cathedral. No servitor choir, no corrupted commissar, no recording equipment. Just empty space and the echo of our own voices whispering back at us from the shadows. But carved into the altar, in letters that seemed to burn with their own light, was a message that made our situation perfectly clear. "The recording is complete. Broadcast begins at dawn." Whatever the Night Lords had learned from us, whatever they'd discovered about human fear and Imperial faith, they were about to share it with the rest of the galaxy. And we'd help them perfect every terrible detail. Day 30 brought us to the Hab block where hope died. We'd received a desperate transmission from Block 77 just after what our chronometers insisted was dawn, though the sky remained locked in that eternal twilight that had become our new reality. The voice was female, middle-aged, speaking with the kind of controlled panic that came from trying to hold terror at bay through sheer force of will. "This is Administrator Helene Voss of Residential Block 77. We have approximately 200 civilians trapped in the lower levels. The things outside have been testing our defenses all night. They haven't tried to break in yet, but they're waiting for something. Please, if anyone can hear this, we need immediate evacuation." Lieutenant Morrison made the call to investigate, though by this point, our investigation consisted of 5 soldiers. Total: myself, Voss, Cadian, and 2 recent replacements, whose names I never learned because they wouldn't live long enough for it to matter. The Hab block was a standard civilian structure. 10 stories of prefabricated residential units designed to house the agricultural workers who kept Nix Tertius fed. From the outside, it looked secure. Blast shutters locked over the windows, the main entrance barricaded with furniture and debris, no obvious signs of breach or battle damage. But there was something wrong with the silence. Not the oppressive quiet we'd grown used to in the dead zones, but a different kind of stillness, the kind that suggested people holding their breath, trying not to make any sound that might attract unwanted attention. "Hello?" Morrison called out as we approached the main entrance. "This is Lieutenant Morrison of the 47th Cadian. We received your distress call." The response came from a speaker mounted above the entrance, Administrator Voss's voice tight with relief. "Thank the Emperor. We're on sub-level 3. The main lifts are down, but there's a service stairwell on the east side. Hurry, please. They've been quiet for the past hour, but that usually means they're planning something." The service stairwell was a narrow shaft that descended through the center of the building like a concrete throat. Emergency lighting cast sickly yellow illumination over bare rockcrete walls, marked with the kind of graffiti you'd expect in any residential building. Children's names, romantic declarations, crude drawings of the Imperial Aquila. But mixed in with the normal markings were others that made my skin crawl. Scratches that looked like tally marks, extending down the walls in groups of 5, sometimes reaching dozens of repetitions. Words in high Gothic that spoke of darkness and despair. The light was always a lie. Fear is the only truth. They come in our dreams. "How many civilians did she say?" asked one of the replacements. "Jenkins, I think." 200, Morrison replied, but his voice carried doubt. "Seems like a lot for a single hab block." "Maybe they're refugees," suggested Voss. "People who fled here from other buildings when the Night Lords started their raids." We reached sub-level 3 and found ourselves facing a heavy security door that had been reinforced with welded metal plates and industrial cables. It looked like the kind of fortification that could hold off a siege for weeks, which raised the question of who they'd been expecting to keep out. "Administrator Voss?" Morrison called through the door. "We're here." There was a long pause, then the sound of multiple locks being disengaged. The door swung open to reveal a woman in her 50s, wearing the kind of practical clothing you'd expect from a civilian administrator. She was thin, pale, with the hollow-eyed look of someone who hadn't slept in days. "Thank the Emperor," she breathed. "When we lost contact with the guard, we thought we were alone." She led us through a corridor that should have been part of the building's maintenance level, but had been converted into something resembling a bunker. The walls were lined with supplies, food rations, water purifiers, medical equipment, and weapons, enough to sustain a population for months. "How long have you been down here?" I asked. "Since the second week," she replied, "when the attacks started in earnest. We learned quickly that the Night Lords don't just kill, they hunt. They like their prey to run, to hide, to think they might escape. It makes the fear more flavorful." She spoke about the Night Lords with the kind of clinical detachment that suggested she'd had a lot of time to think about their methods. Too much time. The corridor opened into a large communal space that had been carved out of the building's foundation. It was filled with people, men, women, children, all bearing the pale, haunted look of long-term refugees. They huddled in family groups, spoke in whispers, and jumped at every unexpected sound. But something about them bothered me. They were too quiet, too organized, too compliant. 200 people, Morrison observed, looking around the space. "How have you managed food and water for so many?" "Rationing," Administrator Voss replied quickly. "Strict discipline. Everyone understands that survival requires sacrifice." I was studying the crowd more carefully now, and I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Every single person was wearing the same expression. Not fear, not hope, not desperation, but a kind of peaceful resignation that I'd seen before, on the faces of the dead in Pilgrim's Rest. "Administrator," I said carefully, "when did you last have contact with the outside world?" "Yesterday," she replied. "We've been monitoring guard frequencies, hoping for rescue. That's how we knew you were coming." But that was impossible. We hadn't transmitted our destination on any frequency the civilians would have access to. Morrison hadn't even decided to investigate the hab block until after we'd received the distress call. "How exactly did you know we were coming?" Voss asked, his hand moving toward his weapon. Administrator Voss smiled, and for the first time, I noticed that her teeth were too sharp and too numerous. "Because we called you here, Sergeant. We've been so lonely, you see, so eager for new friends to join our community." That's when I realized the truth. The 200 people in the bunker weren't survivors. They were bait. The lights went out with mechanical precision, plunging the communal space into absolute darkness. In the blackness that followed, I could hear movement. Hundreds of people rising to their feet, moving with perfect coordination, breathing in unison like a single, vast organism. "Run," I whispered to my squad mates. "Everyone out now." But when I reached for where the corridor entrance should have been, I found only solid rockcrete. The passage we'd used to enter the bunker had simply vanished, as if it had never existed. Emergency lighting flickered on, casting the space in hellish red illumination. The 200 civilians were all standing now, arranged in perfect concentric circles around us. Their faces bore those same peaceful smiles I'd learned to dread, and their eyes reflected the red light like mirrors. "Welcome to our community," they said in perfect unison, their voices blending into a harmony that was beautiful and terrifying. "We've been waiting so long for new members." "What are you?" Morrison demanded, raising his weapon. "We're the saved," they replied together, "the chosen, the ones who learned to embrace the truth of fear before it was too late. The Night Lords offered us salvation, and we accepted it gratefully." Administrator Voss stepped forward, and I could see now that she was floating several inches above the ground, supported by something that cast no shadow. "You've been fighting for weeks, haven't you? Struggling to maintain hope in the face of evidence that hope is a lie. Clinging to faith despite overwhelming proof that your emperor has abandoned you. Doesn't it exhaust you?" She was right, and that was the most terrifying part. I was exhausted. Bone deep, soul deep tired from the constant fear, the endless vigilance, the weight of watching everything I'd ever believed in crumble around me. "We can offer you peace," the crowd continued in unison. "Rest from the burden of false hope. Freedom from the delusion of duty. All you have to do is stop fighting." "Never," Morrison said, but his voice lacked conviction. "Look around you, Lieutenant," Administrator Voss said gently. "Look at what you've become. 5 soldiers out of 1,000, huddled in the dark, jumping at shadows, turning on each other at the first sign of stress. Is this the Emperor's protection? Is this the glory of Imperial service?" The 200 civilians began moving closer, their circle tightening around us. They moved in perfect synchronization, like a single organism with 200 bodies, all wearing those same terrible smiles. "The Night Lords don't want to destroy you," they explained in their unified voice. "They want to perfect you, to strip away the lies and leave only truth, to show you the beauty of fear embraced rather than fought." Jenkins, or maybe it was the other replacement, finally snapped and opened fire. His laser gun sent coherent light stabbing through the red darkness, but the beams passed harmlessly through the approaching figures, as if they were made of nothing but shadows and malice. You can't kill what's already dead, the civilians observed sadly. And you can't fight what lives in your own hearts. That's when I saw him. Standing at the back of the crowd, wearing his familiar uniform, was Sergeant Corrick. The real Corrick, not the thing that had worn his face back at the base. His expression held the same peaceful contentment as the others, but when he looked at me, I saw something that might have been pity. "Hello, Marcus," he said in his own voice, though it carried that same harmonic undertone as the crowd. "I told you we'd see each other again." "You're dead," I said, though the words felt meaningless. "I'm improved," he replied. "The Night Lords showed me that death is just another kind of fear, and fear can be transformed into something beautiful." The circle of civilians had tightened to the point where I could feel their breath on my face, cold breath that smelled of grave earth and old blood. They were all speaking now, not in unison, but in overlapping whispers that created a symphony of seduction. Stop fighting. Embrace the truth. Fear is freedom. Hope is the cruelest lie. Join us in understanding. Morrison tried to use his vox to call for backup, but the only response was the sound of children laughing, the same children who'd been singing that horrible nursery rhyme since the sun died. They were singing it now, their voices coming through his communicator. When the sun goes down to sleep, and the shadows start to creep, pretty wings and shining claws come to drag you to the dark. The broadcast has already begun, Administrator Voss explained, her voice filled with maternal warmth. Every world in the sector is hearing this song, learning these truths. The children will teach their parents, the parents will teach their communities, and the communities will teach their worlds. Fear is contagious, you see. It spreads faster than any plague, deeper than any corruption. Above us, I could hear the sound of vast wings beating against the ceiling, not trying to break through, but simply announcing their presence. The Night Lords were here, watching their converted congregation deliver the final sermon to the last unconverted members of the 47th Cadian. "Choose quickly," the crowd urged, their voices growing more insistent. "Dawn is coming, the false dawn that brings no light, only the promise of another day in darkness. You can face it as enemies of truth, or as beloved children of fear." Voss raised his weapon and put it to his own head. I understood what he was thinking. If we were going to fall, we could at least deny them the satisfaction of converting us. But Administrator Voss moved faster than any human should have been able to move, reaching out with fingers that had become claws and knocking the weapon from his grasp. "No, no, dear Sergeant. Suicide is just another form of fear, fear of transformation. We can't allow that." The 200 civilians pressed closer, their hands reaching out to touch us, to welcome us into their community of perfect terror. Where their fingers brushed my skin, I felt a cold that went deeper than temperature, a numbness that might have been peace. And Emperor, forgive me, it felt good. It felt like rest after an endless march, like laying down a burden I'd been carrying my entire life. But as the darkness closed around me and I felt my resistance crumbling, I heard something that gave me the strength for one last act of defiance. My own voice, joining the children's chorus, singing that damn nursery rhyme with obvious joy. I wasn't converted yet, but I was about to be. And once I fell, there would be no one left to carry the warning, no one left to tell the galaxy what was coming. With the last of my strength, I activated my Vox unit's emergency beacon not to call for help, but to broadcast what we'd learned to anyone who might be listening. Then the cold claimed me, and I joined the chorus of the perfectly terrified singing lullabies of fear to a galaxy that was already learning to love the dark. What should have been dawn on day 31 brought us the Night Lord's masterpiece, a gallery of human suffering, that stretched across the main defense line like banners, celebrating a victory that was both absolute and eternal. I woke, if you could call it waking, suspended 3 meters above the ground, my arms and legs secured by restraints that felt organic rather than mechanical. The material was warm, pulsing with a rhythm that might have been a heartbeat, and when I tried to struggle, it tightened with what seemed like an intelligent response. I wasn't alone. Every surviving member of the 47th Cadian hung in similar restraints, arranged in neat rows that extended as far as I could see. But we weren't the only exhibits in this grotesque museum. Between us, like dividers in a filing system, hung the bodies of everyone who'd died since the sun went out. They'd been preserved through some technique that kept them looking freshly dead, their wounds still bleeding, their expressions still frozen in their final moments of terror or despair. But it was the living displays that truly demonstrated the Night Lord's artistic vision. Sergeant Voss hung to my left, but he'd been modified. His skin had been carefully peeled back in sections, revealing the muscle structure beneath, but without causing death. Nutrient tubes fed directly into his exposed circulatory system, keeping him alive and conscious while his anatomy was laid bare for study. When he saw me looking, he tried to speak but only managed a wet, gurgling sound. His eyes, though his eyes were perfectly clear, perfectly aware, and they begged me for a death I couldn't provide. To my right was Trooper Kellyan, suspended upside down, with his ribcage splayed open like the pages of a book. Inside his chest cavity, someone had installed what looked like a primitive cogitator, its screens displaying readouts of his vital signs, emotional state, and most horribly, his thoughts, translated into scrolling text that updated in real time. I could read his mind, see his desperate prayers to the Emperor, his pleading for salvation, his gradual descent into madness as the reality of his situation became undeniable. The text was color-coded, white for thoughts about home, blue for memories of better times, red for fear, and black for the moments when despair overwhelmed everything else. There was a lot of black. "Beautiful, isn't it?" came a cultured voice from below. I looked down to see Captain Zal Voss of the Night Lords walking among the displays like a curator in a museum. His midnight black armor gleamed in the artificial twilight, and his pale face wore an expression of genuine artistic pride. "Each piece tells a story," he continued, stopping beneath a display that had once been Lieutenant Morrison. The officer was intact but conscious, suspended in a transparent tank filled with some kind of preservative fluid. Cables ran from his head to a bank of recording equipment that played back his memories on a large screen. "Your lieutenant here has provided us with fascinating insights into Imperial command structure," Voss explained. "The way fear trickles down from high command, the methods used to maintain discipline, the psychological techniques employed to keep soldiers fighting even in hopeless situations, educational material of the highest quality." Morrison's memories played out on the screen. Training on Cadia, his first combat mission, the pride he'd felt when promoted to lieutenant, the love he felt for his men, and underneath it all, the constant fear of failure, fear of cowardice, fear of not living up to the example of his predecessors. "But you," Voss looked up at me with something that might have been affection. "You've been the most instructive of all, Guardsman Valerius. Your resistance to psychological pressure, your persistent hope in the face of overwhelming evidence, your refusal to abandon faith even when faith provides no comfort, these are qualities we rarely encounter." He gestured to another figure I hadn't noticed before, myself, but different. This version of Marcus Valerius was suspended in a similar apparatus, but his face bore the peaceful expression I'd learned to associate with the converted. Cables ran from his skull to a massive cogitator array that seemed to be running constant analysis. "We've been studying you for weeks," Voss explained. "Every decision, every emotional response, every moment of doubt or determination. We've learned more about human resilience from your example than from 1,000 conventional subjects." "What do you want?" I managed to ask, though speaking sent spikes of pain through my throat. "Want? Nothing. We already have everything we need. Your suffering, your comrades' terror, the delicious irony of Imperial faith turned against itself, these are gifts beyond price. But what we're creating here transcends mere sadistic pleasure." He began walking along the rows of suspended figures, like a general inspecting troops. "This is a teaching aid, Valerius, a comprehensive guide to human psychology, indexed by fear response and cross-referenced with cultural background. Every form of terror that has ever gripped a human heart, every technique for breaking the human spirit, every method of turning hope into despair, all of it preserved here for study and replication." I looked around with fresh horror, understanding finally dawning. This wasn't just torture for its own sake, it was research. The Night Lords were building a database of human weakness that could be applied anywhere, against anyone. "The galaxy is vast," Voss continued, his voice taking on the tone of a lecturer addressing students. "Billions of worlds, trillions of human souls, countless variations in culture, belief, and psychology. But fear is universal. The methods of instilling it may vary, but the fundamental responses remain constant." He stopped in front of a display that showed a civilian family, parents and children suspended in a configuration that forced them to watch each other's suffering. These specimens provided excellent data on familial bonds as a vector for psychological manipulation. The children's screams proved far more effective at breaking the parents' will than any physical torture applied directly. "You're monsters," I whispered. "Are we? Or are we simply honest about the nature of power? Your emperor conquered the galaxy through fear. Fear of Xenos, fear of chaos, fear of standing alone in an uncaring universe. Your commissars maintain discipline through fear of execution. Your entire civilization is built on the understanding that terror is the most effective tool of control." He gestured broadly to encompass the entire display. "We've simply refined the concept, stripped away the pretense, revealed the truth that lurks beneath all your noble rhetoric about duty and faith and the Emperor's protection." As if summoned by his words, more Night Lords emerged from the shadows between the displays. Dozens of them, all in full warplate, all bearing the skull and lightning heraldry of their accursed legion. They moved among the suspended figures with the casual interest of researchers reviewing experimental data. "The broadcast has been most successful," reported one of them, his voice carrying the artificial tones of Vox augmentation. 17 sectors have reported unusual atmospheric disturbances and unexplained civilian unrest. The fear songs are propagating faster than we anticipated." "Excellent," Voss replied. "And the children?" "Responding beautifully to the conditioning. They sing the new hymns without prompting, teach the fear games to their playmates, and show appropriate reverence when they see our sigil. The next generation will be born understanding that fear is the natural state of the universe." They were talking about a galaxy-wide psychological operation that would take generations to fully manifest. Not conquest in the traditional sense, but something far more insidious, the gradual corruption of human culture, until fear became not just a tool of control, but a form of worship. "The Imperium will stop you," I said, though the words felt hollow. Voss laughed, a sound like breaking glass mixed with distant thunder. "The Imperium. My dear Valerius, the Imperium is our greatest ally. Every world they conquer through fear, every population they terrify into compliance, every child who grows up learning that the strong rule through intimidation, all of this serves our purpose. He gestured to the suspended form of Commissar Vex, whose augmented features were connected to a sophisticated analysis engine. Your commissar here has provided fascinating insights into Imperial indoctrination techniques. The ways children are taught to fear authority, to embrace suffering as virtue, to find comfort in submission to power. These are methods we couldn't have improved upon ourselves. The truth of it hit me like a physical blow. The Night Lords weren't trying to destroy the Imperium, they were trying to perfect it, to take the existing structures of fear and control and refine them into something that would make terror not just a means of governance, but the fundamental organizing principle of human civilization. When we're finished, Voss continued, his voice filled with paternal pride, every human child will grow up singing our lullabies. Every Imperial citizen will find comfort in the darkness, peace in suffering, joy in submission. Not because they've been conquered, but because they've been educated. Because they've learned to love their fear the way they once loved their faith. Above us, the warp storm that had swallowed our sun pulsed with malevolent energy, and I realized that it wasn't a natural phenomenon at all. It was a broadcast antenna, amplifying the Night Lords' psychological warfare across interstellar distances, seeding countless worlds with the fear songs we'd heard, the terror hymns that turned hope into despair. The parade will continue for exactly 72 more hours, Voss announced, beginning to fade back into the shadows. Long enough for the final broadcasts to reach their intended destinations. Then we'll relocate to our next laboratory, our next classroom, our next opportunity to educate the galaxy about the beauty of fear. He paused at the edge of the display area, looking back at us with something that might have been genuine affection. Thank you, soldiers of the 47th Cadian. Your suffering has been illuminating. Your screams will echo across the void, teaching countless worlds that resistance is not just futile, it's actively harmful to one's peace of mind. Then he was gone, leaving us suspended in our gallery of horrors, preserved specimens in a museum dedicated to human weakness. Around us, the recording equipment continued its work, cataloging every sob, every prayer, every moment of despair for future reference. And somewhere in the distance, carried on winds that smelled of fear and madness, I could hear children singing. When the sun goes down to sleep and the shadows start to creep, pretty wings and shining claws come to drag you to the dark. But now the voices numbered in the billions, a galactic choir of the perfectly terrified, all singing in harmony about the night that would never end. They found him on day 34, stumbling through the ruins of what had been our forward observation post. A single figure in the tattered remains of an Imperial Guard uniform, his face gaunt with starvation and eyes wide with the kind of madness that comes from seeing too much truth. Private Joachim Weiss of Charlie Company, a unit that had been declared lost with all hands 3 weeks prior. I was part of the patrol that brought him in. What passed for a patrol when your entire regiment consisted of maybe a dozen soldiers hiding in a bunker that grew smaller every day as we sealed off sections contaminated by things we didn't have names for. Name and unit, demanded Corporal Hayes, one of the few NCOs still alive and sane enough to follow procedure. Private Joachim Weiss, the man replied in a voice like rustling paper. Charlie Company, 3rd Platoon, service number 4471-Delta-779. The numbers checked out. The face matched the records we still had access to. Even the scars were right a lasburn across his left cheek from the Orc campaign on Mordax Prime, a missing finger on his right hand from a training accident on Cadia. But something was wrong with him. Not obviously wrong. He wasn't bearing the patchwork skin modifications we'd seen on other survivors. didn't have the glowing eyes or filed teeth that marked the obviously corrupted. The wrongness was subtler, deeper, like a note played slightly off-key in an otherwise perfect symphony. "Where have you been, soldier?" Lieutenant Morrison, or what was left of him, asked from behind his improvised command desk. Our commanding officer had aged decades in the past month, his hair gone completely white, his hands shaking with a palsy that had nothing to do with age and everything to do with the accumulated weight of horrors witnessed. "Hiding," Weiss replied simply. "After Charlie Company was overrun at Firebase Echo, I managed to escape into the drainage tunnels beneath the agricultural complex. Been living down there ever since, surviving on emergency rations and rainwater." It was a plausible story. Firebase Echo had indeed fallen to what the reports euphemistically called unknown hostiles, and the agricultural drainage system was extensive enough to hide a single man for weeks. "You saw what happened to your unit?" Morrison pressed. Weiss nodded, his expression growing distant. "They came at night, not all at once. That would have been too merciful. They picked us off one by one, always leaving someone alive to hear the screams. Sergeant Martinez lasted the longest. They kept him conscious for hours, teaching him about the beauty of fear." He spoke about Martinez with the same clinical detachment I'd heard from Administrator Voss at the Hab block, as if discussing a particularly interesting academic lecture, rather than the torture murder of a fellow soldier. "The Night Lords," Morrison said. "It wasn't a question. They prefer to think of themselves as educators," Weiss replied, and there was something in his tone that made my skin crawl. "They taught us so much in those final hours, about the nature of hope, the purpose of suffering, the fundamental dishonesty of Imperial doctrine." "That sounds dangerously close to heresy, soldier." Weiss shrugged, the gesture too fluid, too graceful for someone who'd supposedly been hiding in drainage tunnels for 3 weeks. "Truth often sounds like heresy to those who've built their lives on lies. The Night Lords taught us that the Emperor's protection is a myth, that faith is just another word for willful delusion, that the only honest emotion in the universe is fear. Every instinct I possessed was screaming that this man was wrong, was dangerous, was something wearing Joachim Weiss's face like a mask. But he was one of us. His uniform bore the right insignia. His service record was clean. His knowledge of Charlie Company's deployment was accurate down to details only a genuine member of the unit would know. "How did you escape?" I asked, unable to keep the suspicion from my voice. Weiss turned those two bright eyes on me, and I saw something that might have been amusement flickering in their depths. "They let me go, Guardsman Valerius. The Night Lords don't just kill their prey, they convert them, educate them, send them out to spread the truth they've learned." The admission should have earned him a bolt round from Morrison's sidearm. Instead, the lieutenant just stared at him with the expression of a man watching his own execution. "You're saying you've been corrupted," Hayes said carefully, "that you're here to spread enemy propaganda." "I'm saying I've been enlightened," Weiss replied with serene confidence. "There's a difference. Corruption implies damage, degradation, and the loss of something valuable. But what I've gained is understanding, pure, clean, honest understanding of what the universe really is." He stood up from the camp stool we'd provided, his movements unnaturally smooth, and began pacing around our small command bunker. As he moved, I noticed that his shadow was wrong, too long, too angular, suggesting shapes that didn't match his human form. "The Emperor," he continued, his voice taking on the cadence of a preacher delivering a sermon, "built his Imperium on a foundation of fear. Fear of Xenos, fear of chaos, fear of standing alone in an uncaring cosmos. But he wrapped that fear in pretty lies about duty and honor and divine protection." "Stop talking," Morrison ordered, but his voice lacked conviction. Weiss continued, ignoring the interruption. The Night Lords simply removed the wrapping. They showed us fear in its pure form, honest and uncontaminated by false hope. They taught us to embrace it, to find peace in acknowledging our place in the natural order of predator and prey. He stopped directly in front of me, close enough that I could smell something wrong about him. Not the stench of unwashed flesh and sewer water you'd expect from someone who'd been hiding underground, but something sweet and cloying, like flowers left too long in stagnant water. "You've felt it, haven't you, Marcus?" he said, using my first name with inappropriate familiarity. "The relief that comes when you stop fighting the inevitable. The peace that settles over you when you finally admit that hope is a lie and fear is the only truth." He was right, and that was the most terrifying thing of all. There had been moments, in the darkest hours, when the screaming from the Vox units became too much to bear, when another friend disappeared into the shadows, when I'd felt exactly that relief. The seductive whisper that said giving up wasn't defeat, it was wisdom. "The night," Weiss continued, his voice dropping to a hypnotic whisper, "is not the absence of light. It's the presence of truth. In darkness we see clearly because there's nothing left to obscure our vision. No false hope, no comforting lies, no illusions of safety or salvation." Hayes raised his weapon, finger tightening on the trigger. "That's enough heresy for one day." But Morrison stopped him with a gesture. "Wait, let him finish." "Sir?" Hayes looked confused. He's obviously been compromised by enemy influence. "Has he?" Morrison asked, and I realized with growing horror that our commanding officer was actually considering the possibility that Weiss might be right. Or is he the first one among us to see clearly? That's when I knew we'd lost. Not to superior firepower or tactical brilliance, but to the gradual erosion of certainty that the Night Lords had been working on us from the beginning. They'd planted seeds of doubt in fertile ground, watered them with terror, and now those seeds were bearing fruit. "The beautiful thing about truth," Weiss said, apparently unaware that he was balancing on the edge of execution, "is that it doesn't require faith. You don't have to believe in fear. You simply experience it. You don't have to worship terror. You simply acknowledge its presence. It's honest in a way that hope can never be." "The Emperor protects," I said, though the words felt hollow in my mouth. "Does he?" Weiss tilted his head, genuinely curious. "Where was his protection when the sun died? Where was his light when your comrades were flayed alive? Where was his mercy when children learned to sing lullabies about terror?" He had no answer for that, of course. None of us did. We'd been asking the same questions for weeks, watching our faith crumble under the weight of unanswered prayers and unrelieved suffering. "The Night Lords taught me that the Emperor is dead," Weiss continued with the patience of a teacher, instructing slow students. "Has been for 10,000 years. You're praying to a corpse, fighting for a lie, dying for a dream that was never real." "Heresy," Hayes whispered, but his weapon was no longer aimed at Weiss. The word had lost its power, become just another sound without meaning. "Truth," Weiss corrected gently. "The Night Lords don't want to destroy the Imperium, they want to perfect it. To strip away the pretense, the comfortable lies, the false promises of salvation. They want to create a civilization based on honest acknowledgement of humanity's true nature." He gestured toward the bunker's ceiling, beyond which the eternal twilight pressed down like a physical weight. "Out there, in the darkness, they're building something beautiful. A galaxy where fear is not the enemy, but the foundation. Where terror is not something to be conquered, but something to be embraced." "And children," Morrison said quietly. "What about the children?" "We'll grow up free. Weiss replied with genuine warmth. Free from the burden of false hope, free from the delusion of divine protection, free from the crushing weight of expectations that can never be met. They'll sing the true songs, learn the honest lessons, find peace in accepting their place in the natural order. The silence that followed was broken only by the distant sound of those same children singing their horrible lullabies. But for the first time since the sun died, the sound didn't fill me with dread. It filled me with something worse, the beginning of understanding. The choice, Weiss said, his voice barely above a whisper, is not between good and evil. It's between truth and lies, between honest fear and false hope, between the peace that comes from acceptance and the agony that comes from resistance. He was offering us salvation through damnation, peace through surrender, joy through despair. And Emperor, forgive me, part of me wanted to take it. Because the alternative, continuing to fight, continuing to hope, continuing to believe in the possibility of rescue or victory or even simple survival, required a strength I wasn't sure I possessed anymore. Choose quickly, Weiss said, beginning to fade around the edges like a picked recording losing power. The final lesson begins at midnight, and those who haven't learned to embrace their fear will find the experience educational. Then he was gone, leaving behind only the scent of decay and the echo of children singing about the beauty of the night that never ends. And in the silence that followed, I realized that Private Joachim Weiss had never existed at all. He was just another lesson from the Night Lords, another test of our failing faith, another step in the gradual process of teaching us to love our captivity. And the most terrifying part was that the lesson was working. The voices started calling my name on day 36. Not over the Vox, we'd learned not to trust anything that came through the communications equipment. These voices came from empty corridors, from sealed rooms, from shadows that shouldn't have been able to speak. They used the voices of dead friends, fallen comrades, family members I hadn't seen in years. Marcus, came Sergeant Corrick's voice from the ventilation system above my bunk. Marcus, come find us. We're waiting for you. I'd sealed that vent 3 days ago after Hayes had disappeared down it, following what he claimed was his daughter's voice calling for help. We'd heard him screaming for maybe 10 minutes before the sound cut off. Now something had unsealed it from the inside, leaving it hanging open like a mouth waiting to swallow me whole. We're not dead, Marcus, continued Corrick's voice, though I'd seen his flayed corpse hanging in the Night Lord's gallery of horrors. We're just elsewhere, somewhere better, somewhere the pain stops and the fear becomes something beautiful. I pressed my hands to my ears, but the voice followed me inside my own skull, speaking in the spaces between heartbeats, in the pauses between breaths. The Night Lords taught us such wonderful things, Corrick whispered, about the nature of suffering, the purpose of terror, the beauty of absolute despair. You'd understand if you'd just listen, if you'd just follow our voices to where we're waiting. Others were hearing them too. I could tell by the way Trooper Kellyan kept looking at empty doorways, by the way Morrison had started responding to conversations that only he could hear, by the way our remaining soldiers were beginning to drift away from the group in the direction of voices that promised reunion with lost comrades. It's psychological warfare, Morrison announced during our daily briefing, though his voice lacked conviction. Advanced xenotech designed to exploit our emotional attachments. But even as he spoke, his eyes kept drifting toward the sealed entrance to Corridor 7, where his adjutant had disappeared 2 days ago. I could see the want in his expression, the desperate desire to believe that maybe, somehow, his lost soldiers were still alive and waiting to be found. Sir, I ventured, perhaps we should relocate to a more defensible position. Where? Morrison laughed, and there was an edge of hysteria in it. Where exactly would you suggest? The armory is haunted by the voices of our weapons instructors. The communications bunker echoes with transmissions from the dead. The medical bay is full of patients who bleed shadows instead of blood. He was right. The Night Lords had transformed our entire base into a psychological maze, where every corridor led to madness. Every room held memories that had been weaponized against us. Every shadow whispered promises of peace through surrender. "Marcus," came my sister's voice from the sealed door of Supply Closet C. "Marcus, it's Lydia. I'm scared, brother. The bad men hurt me, and I can't find my way home. Please help me." My sister had been dead for 15 years, killed in a traffic accident when I was barely out of basic training. But her voice was perfect. The same slight lisp from her missing front tooth. The same way she'd always said my name when she was frightened. "Don't listen," warned Cadian, but his own attention was focused on something only he could see. "They're not real. They can't be real." "Can't they?" Morrison asked, and I realized he'd given up trying to maintain command authority. How do we know what's real anymore? We're surrounded by things that shouldn't exist, fighting enemies that use our own memories as weapons. Maybe the voices are just another form of truth we're not ready to accept. That's when Corporal Hayes returned. He emerged from ventilation shaft 7 with a smile on his face and flowers in his hair. Actual flowers, bright yellow blooms that shouldn't have been able to grow in the eternal twilight of Nix Tertius. His uniform was clean and pressed, his weapons properly maintained, his bearing that of a soldier who'd found perfect peace. "Gentlemen," he announced to our small group, "I bring greetings from the graduated class of the 47th Cadian." "Hayes," Morrison stepped toward him cautiously. "Where have you been? We heard you screaming." "Screaming with joy," Hayes replied, his smile widening. "The voices led me to them. All our lost comrades, all our fallen friends. They're not dead, sir. They're just transformed, evolved, educated in the truth that the Night Lords have been trying to teach us." He gestured toward the ventilation shaft he'd emerged from, and I could see soft light emanating from within. Warm, golden light that looked nothing like the artificial illumination we'd grown accustomed to. "They're waiting for us," Hayes continued. "Preston and Martinez and Sergeant Davies and all the rest. They've learned such wonderful things about the nature of fear, the beauty of despair, the joy that comes from accepting one's place in the natural order of predator and prey." "That's not possible," I said, though the words felt hollow. "Isn't it? Come and see, Marcus. Come and hear their voices for yourself. They have so much to show us, so much to teach us about the freedom that comes from giving up hope." Cadian was already moving toward the ventilation shaft, drawn by whatever voices he was hearing. Morrison followed a moment later, his expression that of a man who'd decided that madness might be preferable to sanity. "Marcus," came Lydia's voice again, stronger now, more insistent. "I'm waiting for you, brother. Just follow the golden light, follow the beautiful voices. They'll bring you to me." I found myself walking toward the shaft, despite every rational thought screaming at me to run. But where could I run to? The Night Lords owned the darkness, controlled the shadows, spoke through the dead. There was nowhere left to hide from voices that lived inside my own memories. The shaft was larger than it had appeared from outside, wide enough for several men to walk abreast. The golden light came from luminous moss that grew along the walls in patterns that were almost recognizable, like writing in a language just beyond comprehension. "This way," Hayes called back to me, his voice echoing strangely in the confined space. "They're just around the next bend." But as we walked deeper into the system, I began to notice that the shaft was changing, becoming less like a ventilation duct and more like a natural cave. The walls were smooth stone now, carved with symbols that hurt to look at directly. The golden light had taken on a quality that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere, casting shadows that moved independently of their sources. "How far?" I asked, though I was no longer sure I wanted to reach our destination. "Distance is relative," Hayes replied, though his voice now carried harmonics that didn't belong to any human throat. "Time is an illusion. Space is a construct. The only reality is the eternal now of perfect fear." That's when I saw them, arranged in neat rows along the cave walls, suspended in crystalline formations that preserved them like insects in amber, were our lost comrades. But they weren't dead. Their eyes tracked our movement. Their mouths moved in silent conversation. Their expressions bore that same peaceful contentment I'd learned to dread. "Welcome to the archive," Hayes announced, his form beginning to blur around the edges. "Every Imperial Guard regiment that has ever encountered the Night Lords has a section here. Every soldier who has learned the truth, every warrior who has found peace through terror." The cavern opened into a vast space that defied the physics of our underground base. Thousands of crystalline pods stretched in all directions, each one containing a perfectly preserved human figure. Men and women in the uniforms of dozens of different regiments, all wearing expressions of absolute serenity. "They're not dead," Hayes explained, though he was now more shadow than substance. "They're archived, preserved at the moment of perfect understanding, when they finally learn to embrace their fear instead of fighting it." At the center of the archive stood a figure in midnight black power armor, his helmet removed to reveal the aristocratic features of Captain Zal Voss. He was speaking to the crystalline figures as if delivering a lecture, his words carrying across the vast space with unnatural clarity. "Fear," he was saying, "is not the opposite of love. It is love's purest expression. To truly fear something is to understand its power, to acknowledge its importance, to accept one's relationship to it. The soldier who fears his enemy respects his enemy. The child who fears the dark understands the dark." He noticed our approach and smiled with what seemed like genuine warmth. "Ah, the survivors, the final holdouts of the 47th Cadian. You've come to join your comrades in understanding." "What is this place?" Morrison asked, though his voice held more wonder than fear. "A library," Voss replied. "A repository of human experience, catalogued by regiment and indexed by terror response. Every lesson learned, every truth discovered, every moment of perfect clarity when a soldier finally understands the beauty of absolute despair." He gestured to the nearest pod, which contained a figure I recognized as Sergeant Martinez. The man's eyes were open, aware, and his mouth was moving in what might have been prayer or might have been gratitude. "They're not suffering," Voss explained with paternal pride. "They're teaching. Every pod broadcasts their final moments of understanding, their last thoughts before achieving perfect peace. Millions of voices speaking in harmony about the truth of fear, the beauty of terror, the joy of surrender." That's when I realized what I was hearing. The soft susurrus of whispers that filled the archive wasn't random sound. It was a choir of the preserved, all speaking at once, all sharing their final revelations about the nature of existence. "Join them," Voss offered, gesturing toward empty pods that stood waiting. "Take your place in the eternal lesson. Add your voice to the chorus of the enlightened. Help us teach the galaxy the truth about fear." "The Emperor protects," I whispered, though the words felt meaningless in this place. "The Emperor is preserved in the largest pod of all," Voss replied gently. At the heart of this archive, speaking endlessly about the moment he finally understood that his crusade was always about fear. Fear of the unknown, fear of standing alone, fear of admitting that the universe is neither good nor evil, but simply indifferent. The golden light pulsed, and for a moment I could see deeper into the archive's heart, where a massive crystalline structure housed something that might once have been human, but was now something infinitely more terrible and more wonderful. "Choose quickly," Voss said, his voice growing distant. "Your comrades are waiting to welcome you home. The voices of the dead are calling your name. The Night Lords offer you peace through understanding, joy through despair, love through perfect fear." All around me, the preserved figures began to speak in unison, their voices blending into a symphony of seduction. "Come home, Marcus. Join us in the dark. Learn the truth that sets you free. Embrace the fear that makes you whole. And Emperor, forgive me, I wanted to step into one of those waiting pods, to feel the crystalline substance close over me, to add my voice to that eternal choir of the perfectly terrified. Because the alternative, continuing to fight, continuing to hope, continuing to believe in the possibility that someone, somewhere, still cared about our fate, was a burden I no longer had the strength to bear. The voices of the dead were calling my name, promising reunion with everyone I'd ever lost. And in the golden light of the archive, surrender looked like the most reasonable thing in the world. Day 38 brought us to the final battle of the 47th Cadian Regiment. Though battle implies some possibility of victory, and what awaited us was more akin to a carefully orchestrated execution. They herded us there like livestock, using fear as efficiently as any drover uses a shock prod. Every corridor we tried to escape through echoed with the screams of the damned. Every exit we approached was blocked by shadows that whispered our names with the voices of dead friends. We had no choice but to follow the path they'd laid out for us, deeper into the heart of our own base, toward the communications bunker where this nightmare had begun. There were 7 of us left: myself, Lieutenant Morrison, Corporal Hayes, though I was no longer certain the man who'd returned from the archives was actually Hayes, and 4 troopers whose names I'd learned too late to matter. 7 soldiers out of the 1,000 who'd been stationed on Nix Tertius when the sun died, and our long education in terror began. "Motion sensors are going crazy," reported Trooper Kellyan, studying his portable Auspex with the kind of desperate focus that suggested he was trying to avoid thinking about what those sensors were detecting. Contacts above, below, and on all sides. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands. But we couldn't see them yet. The Night Lords were still playing their games, letting us feel the weight of their presence without revealing themselves, allowing anticipation to do half their work for them. It was masterful psychological warfare, the kind that 10,000 years of practice had perfected to an art form. "Sir," I said to Morrison, though the lieutenant had long since stopped giving coherent orders, "what are your instructions?" Morrison looked at me with eyes that had seen too much, understood too little, and given up hope entirely. "Instructions? We're dead men, Valerius. Have been since the moment the sun went out. The only question now is whether we die as soldiers or as lessons." He was right, of course, but something in me, some stubborn kernel of Cadian pride, perhaps refused to accept it. We were Imperial Guard. We'd sworn oaths to the Emperor, made promises to each other, dedicated our lives to holding the line against the darkness, even if that darkness had already swallowed us whole. "Then we die as soldiers," I said, checking my weapon for the 100th time. The laser gun felt pitifully inadequate in my hands, a child's toy compared to the forces arrayed against us, but it was still a symbol of defiance, a declaration that we would not go gently into the night that never ends. The communications bunker had been transformed since our last visit. The walls were covered with streaming text in dozens of languages, transcripts of fear, catalogued according to species and psychological profile. The ceiling had been opened to the twilight sky, revealing the warp storm that pulsed overhead like a malevolent heart. And arranged around the chamber's perimeter, in perfect formation, stood the Night Lords. 30 of them, maybe more, each one a towering figure in midnight black power armor, decorated with the bones of their enemies and the screams of the innocent. Their red eye lenses burned with ancient malice, and their weapons, chain axes, bolt pistols, instruments of torture that had no names, gleamed with the promise of artfully applied pain. But it was their leader who drew my attention, the figure standing at the chamber's center like a dark angel presiding over Judgment Day. Captain Zal Voss had removed his helmet, revealing features that might once have been called handsome, but now bore the subtle corruptions of 10 millennia spent in service to fear itself. "Soldiers of the 47th Cadian," he announced, his cultured voice carrying easily across the chamber. "You have been exemplary students. Your terror has been educational, your despair instructive, your gradual descent into madness, a masterpiece of psychological deconstruction." He gestured to banks of recording equipment that lined the walls, their screens showing real-time analysis of our emotional states, stress levels, and neurological responses. We'd been specimens in a laboratory experiment, and now it was time for the final data collection. "But your education is incomplete," Voss continued. "You still cling to fragments of hope, echoes of faith, the delusion that resistance serves some purpose. Allow us to correct these misconceptions." That's when they revealed themselves, not just the Night Lords in the chamber, but all of them. The ceiling above us suddenly filled with dark shapes on vast wings, dozens of raptors and warped talons circling like carrion birds. The floor beneath us cracked and split, revealing more Night Lords emerging from hidden passages and murder holes. We were surrounded, outnumbered by at least 50 to 1, facing enemies who had been perfecting the art of terror since before the Imperium existed. But we raised our weapons anyway because that's what Imperial Guard do. We stand, we fight, we die with our boots on and our faces toward the enemy. "For the Emperor," Morrison shouted, opening fire with his bolt pistol. "For Cadia," I added, my laser gun sending coherent light stabbing through the dim chamber. The Night Lords laughed. Not the cruel laughter of victorious enemies, but the genuinely amused chuckle of adults watching children play at war. Our weapons fired, our shots struck home, our battle cries echoed through the chamber and achieved absolutely nothing. The bolt rounds exploded harmlessly against ceramite armor that had turned aside weapons far more powerful than ours. The laser bolts dissipated like flashlight beams against a void shield. Our defiance, our courage, our final desperate standing, all of it was meaningless against enemies who existed on a level of warfare we could barely comprehend. "Such passion," Voss observed, as we emptied our weapons into targets that refused to fall. "Such commitment to a cause you know is lost. Tell me, brave soldiers, what drives you to continue fighting when you know, absolutely know, that victory is impossible?" "Duty," Morrison snarled, drawing his chainsword as his pistol ran dry. "Faith," added Hayes, though the thing wearing his face spoke in harmonics that belonged to no human throat. "Stubbornness," I replied honestly, dropping my spent laser gun and pulling the combat knife that was all I had left. Voss nodded approvingly. All valid answers, and all completely irrelevant. "Watch." He made a gesture with one gauntleted hand, and the Night Lords began to move, not attacking us, but demonstrating. They flowed through the chamber like liquid shadow, their movements so fast and fluid that my eyes couldn't track them properly. Chainswords carved elegant arcs through the air, bolt pistols spoke with voices like thunder, and claws that could rend ceramite painted beautiful patterns in the twilight. It was a dance, a performance, an exhibition of martial perfection that made our own combat abilities look like the fumbling of children. They weren't fighting us. They were showing us what fighting actually looked like when practiced by beings who had dedicated their eternal existence to the art of war. Your species, Voss explained as his warriors continued their display, has potential. Raw talent, certainly. Commendable courage, admirable determination. But you lack perspective. You fight as if war were about victory and defeat, as if conflict had some purpose beyond the conflict itself. One of the Night Lords, a sergeant judging by his armor's markings, moved close enough to touch, his chain axe whirring inches from my throat. But he didn't strike. Instead, he leaned in close enough that I could see my reflection in his helmet's eye lenses. "We could kill you now," he whispered in a voice like grinding stone. "Quick, clean, efficient. A bolt round to the head, a blade through the heart, poison gas filling the chamber. Dead in seconds, no suffering required." He pulled back slightly, tilting his head like a curious predator studying prey. But death is just another form of fear, and fear poorly applied is fear wasted. Better to educate, to demonstrate, to teach through experience rather than theory. The demonstration ended as suddenly as it had begun, the Night Lords freezing in perfect formation around us. We stood in the center of their circle, weapons empty, hope exhausted, surrounded by enemies who could have killed us 1,000 times over, but chose instead to let us live just long enough to understand how thoroughly we'd been outclassed. "The galaxy," Voss announced, his voice taking on the cadence of a lecturer addressing students, "is full of species like yours, young races drunk on their own potential, convinced that courage and determination can overcome any obstacle. They conquer worlds, build empires, tell themselves stories about duty and honor and divine purpose." He began walking around our small group, like a professor circling his podium, and then they encounter us, beings who have transcended such crude concepts, who understand that the universe has only one law: the strong teach, the weak learn, and fear is the medium through which all true education occurs. Above us, the raptors began to descend, their wings casting shadows that seemed to move independently of their bodies. Their talons gleamed with oils that might have been poison or might have been something worse, and their eye lenses burned with intelligence that was ancient beyond human comprehension. "Your emperor understood this," Voss continued. "He conquered the galaxy not through love or hope or divine mandate, but through fear. Fear of the Xenos, fear of the unknown, fear of standing alone against the darkness. But he wrapped that truth in pretty lies about protection and salvation, hobbling his own effectiveness with sentiment." "The Emperor protects," I said, though the words came out as barely a whisper. "The Emperor is dead," the Night Lords replied in unison, their voices blending into a harmony that was beautiful and terrible. "Has been for 10,000 years. But his corpse still teaches, still educates, still demonstrates the fundamental truth that all authority derives from the ability to inspire fear." That's when they began the final lesson. It started with Trooper Cadian, who simply disappeared. One moment he was standing beside me, combat knife raised in futile defiance. The next he was gone. No flash of light, no sound of weapons, no scream of pain or fear. He just ceased to exist, as if reality had edited him out of the scene. "Where?" Morrison began. "Everywhere," Voss replied. "Nowhere. He exists now in the moment of perfect understanding, preserved at the instant when he learned the truth about fear. His terror is being catalogued, analyzed, added to our library of human emotional responses." Another trooper vanished, then another. Each disappearance was different. One seemed to melt into shadow. Another was simply no longer there when I blinked. A third faded away like smoke in a gentle breeze. The Night Lords were demonstrating their mastery over reality itself, showing us that they could manipulate existence as easily as a child plays with toys. "This is impossible," Morrison whispered. "Is it? Or have you simply spent your life believing in limitations that don't actually exist? The Night Lords have had 10,000 years to perfect their craft, to transcend the boundaries that constrain lesser beings. We are beyond death, beyond time, beyond the petty physics that govern your mundane existence. Only Hayes and I remain now, standing in the center of a circle of beings who existed as much in nightmare as in reality." The thing wearing Hayes's face was smiling with an expression of perfect peace, while I gripped my combat knife with hands that wouldn't stop shaking. "Choose," Voss offered, his voice filled with paternal warmth. "Join us willingly, and your transformation will be gentle. Your fear will become wisdom. Your despair will become peace. Your terror will become a kind of love that transcends all human understanding." "And if we refuse?" I asked. "Then you'll still join us, but the education will be more intensive. We are patient teachers, Guardsman Valerius, but we are also thorough. One way or another, you will learn what we have to teach." Above us, the warp storm pulsed with malevolent energy, and I realized that it was responding to our fear, growing stronger with each beat of our terrified hearts. The Night Lords weren't just warriors. They were conductors orchestrating a symphony of terror that resonated across dimensions. That's when Lieutenant Morrison did something that surprised everyone in the chamber, including himself. He laughed. Not the broken giggle of a man whose sanity had finally snapped, but the genuine mirth of someone who had just understood a cosmic joke. He dropped his chainsword, raised his hands in surrender, and laughed until tears streamed down his dirt-stained face. "You magnificent bastards," he said, his voice filled with something that might have been admiration. "You beautiful, terrible monsters. All this time I thought you were trying to kill us. But you're not, are you? You're trying to perfect us." Voss nodded slowly. "Understanding begins with acceptance. Continue." "The fear," Morrison continued, his laughter subsiding into something approaching serenity. "The terror, the despair, the gradual destruction of everything we believed in. It wasn't torture. It was education. You were teaching us to see the galaxy as it really is, stripping away our illusions one by one until only truth remained." "And what truth is that?" Voss asked gently. Morrison spread his arms wide, embracing the darkness that surrounded us. "That fear is the only honest emotion. Everything else, love, hope, faith, courage, they're all just different flavors of self-deception. But fear is pure, fear is real, fear is the only thing that never lies." The Night Lords began to move closer, their movements graceful and predatory. But now I could see that there was something almost reverent in their approach, as if they were attending some sacred ceremony. "The Emperor's greatest failure," Morrison continued, his voice taking on the cadence of prophecy, "wasn't his death. It was his refusal to embrace the truth he'd discovered. He learned to inspire fear, but pretended it was love. He mastered terror, but called it protection. If he'd been honest about what he was, about what all authority really is, the Imperium would have been unstoppable. Instead," Voss added, "he created an empire built on lies, and lies inevitably collapse under the weight of their own contradictions. But fear is eternal. Fear transcends species, dimensions, time itself. Fear is the fundamental force that holds the universe together." Hayes, or the thing that had become Hayes, began to change. The transformation was subtle at first, just a slight elongation of the limbs, a deepening of the shadows around his eyes. But as I watched in fascination and horror, he became something else entirely, something that had never been human at all. "I've been with you since the beginning," he said, in a voice that now harmonized with itself in impossible ways. "Recording, analyzing, cataloging every moment of your descent into understanding. You've been exemplary subjects, and your data will contribute to the refinement of fear-based education techniques throughout the galaxy." The revelation should have terrified me, should have driven me to my knees in despair, or sent me screaming into madness. Instead, I felt a strange sense of relief. The mystery was solved. The questions that had been tearing at my mind for 38 days finally had answers. "How long?" I asked. "How long has this been planned?" "Since the moment your transport entered the Nix system," Voss replied. "The sun didn't die naturally, Guardsman Valerius. We killed it, drew it into the warp using techniques perfected over 10 millennia of warfare. We needed absolute darkness for our experiment, and natural night cycles would have been insufficient." The implications hit me like a physical blow. Not just our regiment, but the entire population of Nix Tertius, millions of civilians, men, women, children, had been sacrificed for what amounted to a research project. An entire world turned into a laboratory for the study of fear. "You're monsters," I whispered. "We are teachers," Voss corrected gently. "And monsters are simply what students call teachers they don't yet understand." Around us, the Night Lords began to chant in a language that predated human civilization. The words were beautiful and terrible, describing concepts that my mind couldn't quite grasp, but that resonated in the deepest parts of my soul. I found myself swaying to the rhythm, my consciousness beginning to expand beyond the boundaries of individual identity. "The lesson is nearly complete," Voss announced. "But one element remains. You must choose how to carry this knowledge forward. Will you return to the Imperium as a broken man babbling about horrors in the dark? Or will you embrace the truth you've learned and become something greater?" I looked around the chamber one final time, taking in the transcendent beauty of the scene. The Night Lords in their perfect formation, their armor gleaming like black stars, the warp storm overhead painting reality in impossible colors, the banks of equipment recording every nuance of human psychological response to existential terror. It was magnificent. It was terrible. It was the most honest moment I had ever experienced. "I understand," I said, and meant it. "Do you? Then tell me, Guardsman Valerius, what is the purpose of fear?" The answer came to me with the clarity of absolute certainty. Fear is love. Love stripped of illusion, freed from the lies we tell ourselves about what we really are. When you fear something, you see it clearly, its power, its danger, its truth. Fear is the only emotion that doesn't lie. Voss smiled, and for the first time since this nightmare began, I saw genuine warmth in his expression. "Perfect. Your education is complete. They didn't kill us in that communications bunker. That would have been too simple, too merciful, too mundane for beings who had spent 10,000 years perfecting the art of terror. Instead, they gave us a gift far more precious and terrible than death. They gave us understanding. But understanding, I learned, is a burden that most human minds aren't equipped to carry. And the Night Lords, being consummate teachers, were determined to demonstrate exactly what that burden would cost us. We found ourselves back in the base's command center, myself, Lieutenant Morrison, and the thing that had been Corporal Hayes, but now existed as something between man and nightmare. The transition from the communications bunker to this final refuge had been seamless, as if the Night Lords had simply edited reality around us, removing the tedious process of walking through corridors and opening doors. The command center had been transformed into a grotesque parody of military efficiency. All the screens still functioned, but instead of tactical displays and communication channels, They showed a real-time psychological analysis of the three of us. Heart rates, stress hormones, neural activity patterns, emotional stability metrics. Every aspect of our mental state reduced to numbers and graphs and clinical observations. Fascinating, Morrison murmured, studying the data with the detached interest of a scientist examining specimens. Look at Hayes's readings, or what used to be Hayes. His fear responses have been completely replaced by something else, something that doesn't have a name in human psychology. Hayes smiled with teeth that were too sharp and eyes that reflected light from impossible angles. Fear evolves, he said in that harmonizing voice. What you call terror is simply the larval stage of a more sophisticated emotion. The Night Lords have shown me what lies beyond fear, and it's beautiful. I wanted to argue, to cling to some vestige of my old understanding of reality, but the evidence was right there on the screens around us. My own readings showed the gradual transformation that had been occurring throughout our 38-day education. The baseline human responses, cortisol spikes, adrenaline surges, elevated heart rate during stress, were being systematically replaced by something else, something that the monitoring equipment couldn't quite categorize. We can't stay here, I said, though part of me wondered why I was still thinking in terms of escape. The Night Lords had already demonstrated that they controlled every aspect of our environment, that they could appear and disappear at will, that they existed partially outside the conventional laws of physics and sanity. Where would we go? Morrison asked reasonably. They've shown us the truth about everything we believed in. The Emperor, the Imperium, the very concept of hope itself built on lies and maintained through carefully administered doses of self-deception. Do you really want to go back to believing in illusions? The terrible thing was that he had a point. The knowledge we'd gained, the understanding of fear as a pure, honest emotion, the recognition of terror as a form of love, it had a weight and substance that our old beliefs had always lacked. Faith had been fragile, hope had been fleeting, but fear was eternal. Look at the screens, Hayes suggested, his voice taking on harmonics that made the monitoring equipment fluctuate wildly. Really look at them. See what we've become. I turned my attention to the psychological profiles displayed around us, and what I saw there made my breath catch in my throat. We weren't human anymore, not in any meaningful sense of the word. The readings showed beings whose emotional responses had been fundamentally rewired, whose neural patterns bore more resemblance to the Night Lord's psychological profiles than to baseline humanity. We're them, I whispered. We've become them. You're becoming something better, corrected a familiar voice from the shadows. Captain Voss stepped into the chamber's light, but now I could see him more clearly than ever before. The corruption that marked his features wasn't decay. It was an evolution. The changes that 10 millennia of terror had wrought weren't disfigurement. They were improvement. The process isn't complete yet, he continued, settling into what had once been the commander's chair. You still cling to fragments of your old identity, echoes of beliefs that no longer serve any purpose. But those will fade with time, just as they did for us. How long? Morrison asked, and I could hear genuine curiosity in his voice rather than fear or despair. For some, decades. For others, centuries. The speed of transformation depends on the individual's capacity for accepting truth, but eventually, inevitably, you'll shed the last vestiges of what you were and embrace what you're becoming. Around us, the other Night Lords began to materialize, not emerging from hiding places or entering through doors, but simply becoming present in the way that thoughts become conscious or dreams become memory. They arranged themselves around the chamber's perimeter, their red islands creating a constellation of malevolent stars. Tell me, Voss continued, what do you fear now? After everything you've learned, everything you've experienced, what terror remains? It was a good question. The things that had once frightened me, death, pain, failure, losing my comrades, seemed trivial now. I'd watched my entire regiment die or disappear or transform into something unrecognizable. And while the experience had been educational, it hadn't been particularly frightening. Fear, I now understood, required uncertainty. And uncertainty was a luxury I could no longer afford. Nothing, I replied honestly. There's nothing left to fear because fear has become something else, something larger. Explain. I struggled to find words for concepts that existed beyond human language. Fear used to be about avoiding things, staying away from danger, protecting yourself and others, maintaining the illusion that safety was possible. But that was fear constrained by hope, limited by the belief that things could be different. I gestured to the screens around us, to the psychological profiles that documented our transformation. Now fear is about embracing things, understanding them completely, seeing them as they really are, accepting the fundamental truth that everything is dangerous and nothing is safe, and that's perfectly fine because safety was never the point anyway. Voss nodded approvingly. And what was the point? Education, evolution, the endless refinement of consciousness through direct experience with reality. The words flowed out of me with a certainty that was both exhilarating and terrifying. The Emperor tried to build an empire based on the suppression of truth. You've built one based on its cultivation. We haven't built an empire, Voss corrected gently. We've built a school. The entire galaxy is our classroom, and every species we encounter becomes our students. Some graduate quickly, others require remedial instruction. But eventually, everyone learns the same fundamental lessons. Hayes, or the being that had evolved beyond Hay, began to laugh. Not the broken laughter of madness, but the pure joy of someone who had finally understood a joke that had been told at the beginning of time. It's so beautiful, he said through his tears. So perfectly, terrifyingly beautiful. The whole universe is just one enormous educational system, and fear is the medium through which all knowledge is transmitted. The strong teach, the weak learn, recited Morrison, and I realized he was quoting something. Some ancient Night Lord's catechism that had somehow become part of his memory. And the learned become strong, I completed, the words arising from depths of understanding I didn't know I possessed. The Night Lords around us began to remove their helmets, revealing faces that bore the marks of 10,000 years' worth of perfect education. Some showed obvious signs of warp-touched evolution, extra eyes, elongated features, skin that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Others looked almost human, except for expressions of transcendent understanding that no baseline human could ever achieve. You're ready for the final lesson, Voss announced. The one that will complete your transformation and prepare you for graduation. Which is, you must learn to teach. Fear accepted is only the first step. Fear transmitted is the second. You've spent 38 days as students. Now you must demonstrate that you can become educators. The screens around us shifted, displaying images from across the galaxy. Imperial worlds going about their daily routines, convinced that their faith and hope and determination made them strong. Xenos civilizations building their own empires based on similarly flawed philosophies. Chaos cults that understood corruption but missed the deeper truths about psychological evolution. So much ignorance, Morrison observed, studying the displays with the clinical interest of a researcher identifying subjects for study. So many beings clinging to beliefs that prevent them from achieving their full potential. And what would you do about it? Voss asked. The answer came to me with crystalline clarity. Teach them. Show them what we've learned. Strip away their illusions one by one, until only truth remains. Help them understand that fear isn't something to be overcome, it's something to be embraced, refined, perfected. And if they resist, if they cling to their old beliefs despite overwhelming evidence of their inadequacy, I thought about my own journey from naive guardsman to whatever I was becoming. Then we will be patient. We create learning environments that gradually expose them to reality. We use their own psychology against them, turning their strengths into weaknesses and their certainties into doubts. We love them enough to terrify them into wisdom. Voss smiled, and in that expression I saw millennia of experience, countless worlds educated, billions of students guided from ignorance to understanding. Perfect. Your graduation is complete. What happens now? Hayes asked, though his voice suggested he already knew the answer. Now you choose. You can remain here, helping us refine our techniques and document the process of human psychological evolution. Or you can return to the Imperium as our ambassadors, carrying the truth we've taught you to those who still live in darkness. The choice should have been difficult. Part of me, the part that was still recognizably Marcus Valerius, 3rd Platoon, 7th Company, Cadian Shock Troops, wanted to resist, to maintain some connection to the man I had been. But that man had been built on lies. This new self, this evolved consciousness that understood fear as love and terror as wisdom, was built on truth. I'll go back, I decided. I'll try to teach them what you've taught me. And if they don't listen, if they dismiss you as mad or heretical or corrupt. I considered this, weighing the possibilities against what I now knew about human psychology. Then I'll plant seeds, small doubts, careful questions, gentle introductions to concepts they're not yet ready to accept fully. Fear is patient, and education is eternal. Even if they don't understand immediately, the knowledge will work on them over time. Excellent. But remember, you won't be alone. We have students throughout the Imperium, graduates of other educational programs, beings who understand the truth, but have learned to hide it behind masks of conventional belief. When you're ready, they'll find you, or you'll find them. The implications were staggering. The Night Lords weren't just a single chaos warband operating on the fringes of Imperial space. They were the core of a galaxy-spanning educational network, with sleeper agents and deep-cover operatives embedded throughout human civilization. How many? I asked. More than you might think. Fewer than we need. But growing every day, every mission, every successful graduation ceremony like this one. Around us, reality began to shift and blur, the command center fading into something that might have been memory or might have been dream. I felt myself becoming lighter, more flexible, as if the fundamental constants of existence were suggestions rather than laws. Your education is complete, Voss said, his voice seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere. But education is eternal. You'll never stop learning, never stop growing, never stop discovering new depths of understanding. That's the gift we've given you. Not just knowledge, but the capacity for infinite knowledge. The last thing I saw before the transformation claimed me completely was Hayes's face. Beautiful and terrible in its transcendent understanding, smiling with the pure joy of someone who had finally come home after a lifetime of wandering in darkness. The following section represents the psychological fragmentation that occurred during the final phase of our education. What I experienced as a return to an Imperial bunker was, I now understand, a carefully constructed learning environment designed to demonstrate the ultimate futility of resistance to truth. The irony of our situation wasn't lost on me, as I found myself back in what appeared to be a standard Imperial Guard bunker, surrounded by what looked like the remnants of our company. 12 men, in the tattered uniforms of Cadian Shock Troops, their equipment maintained with the obsessive care that only comes from absolute desperation. They were us, or rather they were what we had been before our education began. Looking at their faces was like staring into a mirror that reflected not space but time, showing us our former selves in all their ignorant certainty. "Valerius," called out Sergeant Corvin, a man I remembered dying on day 15, when his patrol encountered something with too many teeth and not enough sanity. "Where the hell have you been? We've been trying to raise you on Vox for hours." I opened my mouth to explain about the Night Lords, about the education, about the 38 days of careful psychological deconstruction that had brought us to this moment of understanding, but the words wouldn't come. Instead, I found myself saying, "Patrol went long, Sarge. Didn't find anything." "Nothing?" This from Trooper Hask, whose skepticism was painted across features that bore the distinctive marks of sleep deprivation and chronic stress. "The whole eastern sector's gone dark. No Vox traffic, no signal flares, no nothing. You're telling me your patrol didn't encounter anything unusual?" Morrison and Hayes flanked me, and I could sense their presence like a warm pressure against my consciousness. They were still there, still real, but overlaid now with the phantom shadows of the men they had been before graduation. The Night Lords, I realized, weren't just demonstrating the futility of resistance. They were showing us how perfectly they understood human psychology, how completely they could manipulate perception and memory. "Define unusual," Morrison said, and I could hear the double meaning in his words. One layer for the unenlightened soldiers around us, another for those who had learned to see reality clearly. "Unusual like half the bloody company disappearing without a trace," snapped Corporal Williams, cleaning his lasgun with the mechanical precision of someone trying to ignore the fact that the weapon had proven useless against anything that actually mattered. "Unusual like the Vox operators picking up transmissions in languages that don't exist. Unusual like the sentries reporting movement in the sky that doesn't belong to any aircraft in the Imperial inventory." I exchanged glances with Morrison and Hayes, recognizing the setup for what it was. This wasn't a real bunker filled with real soldiers. It was a classroom exercise designed to test our understanding of the principles we'd learned. Could we recognize the educational nature of the scenario? Could we apply our new knowledge to a practical situation? Maybe we should consider the possibility that what we're dealing with isn't entirely conventional, I suggested carefully, watching for reactions. The response was immediate and predictable. Accusations of cowardice, implications of heretical thinking, appeals to faith and duty, and all the other comfortable lies that unenlightened humans use to avoid confronting uncomfortable truths. "The Emperor protects," declared Sergeant Corvin with the absolute certainty of someone who had never been forced to examine the logical foundations of his belief system. "Whatever's out there, it's just another enemy to be destroyed in his name." "And if it's not?" Hayes asked, his voice carrying harmonics that made several of the soldiers shift uncomfortably. "What if what we're facing is something that exists beyond our understanding of conventional warfare? What if our standard tactics and beliefs are not just inadequate, but actively counterproductive?" The reaction was swift and violent. Williams lunged for Hayes with his combat knife, screaming something about heretical corruption and the need to purge the unclean. Two other soldiers moved to support him, while a third raised his lasgun toward Morrison. I found myself in the center of a situation that was both completely predictable and absolutely fascinating. These men, these shadows of our former selves, were demonstrating the very principles the Night Lords had taught us. When confronted with ideas that threatened their worldview, they responded with violence rather than curiosity. When presented with evidence that contradicted their beliefs, they attacked the messenger rather than examining the message. "Stop," I commanded, putting every ounce of authority I could muster into the word. "Think about what you're doing. These are your brothers, your comrades. If we turn on each other, we've already lost." "We lost the moment heretical thoughts entered this bunker," Williams snarled, his knife still pointed at Hayes's throat. "The corruption spreads like a disease. The only cure is amputation." "Is it corruption?" Morrison asked with genuine curiosity. "Or is it simply a different way of understanding our situation? We've been fighting this war for over a month now, using tactics and strategies that clearly aren't working. Isn't it reasonable to consider alternative approaches?" "Alternative approaches?" Sergeant Corvin's voice rose to a near shout. "You're talking about abandoning everything we've sworn to protect. The Emperor's light, the honor of Cadia, the sacred duty to stand against the darkness." "And how has that duty served us so far?" I asked, surprised by the gentleness in my own voice. These phantoms of our former selves deserved compassion, not contempt. They were us, before we learned to see clearly. How many good soldiers have died clinging to strategies that don't work against enemies they don't understand? The question hung in the air like incense, heavy with implications that the unenlightened minds around us couldn't quite grasp, but couldn't entirely ignore either. I could see the doubt creeping into their eyes. Not the doubt that leads to despair, but the kind that might, with proper guidance, lead to wisdom. "It doesn't matter," Trooper Hask said, but his voice lacked conviction. "We have our orders. We follow the Tactica Imperialis. We trust in the Emperor's will." "The Emperor is dead," Hayes said simply, and the words hit the bunker like a physical blow. The violence that followed was inevitable. These shadow selves couldn't process that level of truth without their psychological defense mechanisms triggering. Williams completed his lunge at Hayes, while two others opened fire with their laser guns. The bunker erupted into chaos, brothers turning against brothers, in the kind of fratricidal madness that the Night Lords had been orchestrating since before the Imperium existed. But what fascinated me wasn't the violence itself. It was how clearly I could see the educational value in every moment of it. Each accusation, each act of betrayal, each desperate attempt to silence uncomfortable truths, all of it served to demonstrate the fundamental instability of belief systems built on lies. "You see?" Morrison called out over the sounds of combat, ducking behind a supply crate as lasbolts scorched the air above his head. "This is what the Night Lords were trying to show us. This is why fear is more honest than faith. When you fear something, you prepare for it. When you have faith in something, you deny reality until reality kills you." Sergeant Corvin had drawn his chains word and was advancing on Morrison with the single-minded determination of a man who had found a target for all his accumulated frustration and terror. "Heretic! Traitor! In the name of the Emperor, I'll purge your corruption from this." The blade took him through the chest before he could finish the sentence, emerging from his back in a spray of blood and ceramite fragments. But the weapon wasn't wielded by any of us. It belonged to Corporal Martinez, who had been standing directly behind the sergeant. "He was going to kill Morrison," Martinez said, staring at his blade in horror. "I had to. I couldn't let him. Emperor, forgive me. What have I done?" "You've learned," I said gently, moving to his side. "You've discovered that sometimes the people we trust most are the ones who pose the greatest danger. That loyalty without discernment is just another form of blindness." But Martinez wasn't ready for that level of understanding. The psychological shock of killing his own sergeant, even to save another comrade, had triggered a complete breakdown. He turned his weapon on himself before any of us could intervene, the chainsword's teeth tearing through his throat in a fountain of crimson. "No," screamed Trooper Vask, the youngest member of our shadow company. "This is all wrong. We're supposed to be fighting the enemy, not each other." "We are fighting the enemy," Hayes said, with infinite patience. "But the enemy isn't what we thought it was. The enemy is the part of ourselves that refuses to see truth, that clings to comfortable lies even when those lies are killing us." Vask raised his lasgun, but his hands were shaking too badly to aim properly. "I don't understand. I don't want to understand. I just want things to go back to the way they were." "The way they were was a lie," Morrison explained, his voice filled with the kind of compassion that only comes from having walked the same path of realization. A beautiful lie, maybe, but still a lie. You can't go back to believing in something once you've seen the truth behind it. "Then I'll die first," Vask screamed, turning the weapon on himself. I moved faster than I would have thought possible, knocking the lasgun aside before he could complete the motion. The young soldier collapsed into my arms, sobbing with the desperate grief of someone whose entire world had just collapsed around him. "Easy," I whispered, holding him like a father comforting a frightened child. "It's all right. The fear you're feeling, it's not punishment. It's education. It's the universe teaching you to see things as they really are instead of as you wish they were." Around us, the surviving members of our shadow company stared at the carnage they had created. 3 dead by violence, 1 by his own hand, others wounded or traumatized beyond immediate recovery, and all of it unnecessary direct result of their inability to process information that contradicted their preconceptions. "This is what the Night Lords meant," I continued, my voice carrying to every corner of the bunker. "This is why they spend so much time teaching through fear instead of trying to convince through argument. Fear strips away illusions. Fear forces you to see reality clearly. Fear is the only emotion that never lies to you." "But we're Imperial Guard," whispered Trooper Beck, the last of the shadow selves still clinging to his original identity. "We're supposed to stand together. We're supposed to be brothers." "We are brothers," Hayes assured him. "But brotherhood based on shared lies is fragile. Brotherhood based on shared truth is eternal. The Night Lords aren't trying to destroy our bonds. They're trying to make those bonds stronger by building them on honest foundations." Beck looked around at the bodies of his comrades, at the blood staining the bunker floor, at the expressions of transcendent understanding on our faces. I can't. How do I live with this knowledge?" "One day at a time," I said. "One truth at a time, one fear at a time. The Night Lords are patient teachers, and learning is a lifelong process. You don't have to understand everything immediately, but I have to try. You have to choose. You can cling to the old lies and end up like these shadows, dead or mad or broken, or you can embrace the new truth and become something greater than human. But you can't do both. The universe doesn't allow for that kind of compromise." Beck nodded slowly, his resistance crumbling like a dam that had been holding back an ocean. "Teach me," he said simply. And in that moment, the bunker began to fade around us, reality reasserting its proper configuration. The bodies of the shadow selves dissolved like morning mist, leaving only the 3 of us standing in a chamber that had returned to its true nature, a Night Lord's teaching facility, designed to demonstrate the inevitable consequences of psychological resistance to truth. Captain Voss materialized from the darkness, his expression radiating approval. "Excellent work. You've successfully navigated the final practical examination, demonstrating not only your own understanding of the principles we've taught, but your ability to educate others." "The shadows," Morrison said. "They were us, weren't they? Our former selves, preserved at the moment before enlightenment began." "They were possibility," Voss corrected. a demonstration of what happens when beings encounter truth but lack the guidance necessary to process it constructively. Left to their own devices, unenlightened minds inevitably choose self-destruction over transformation. Hayes nodded thoughtfully. That's why you do this. That's why you spend decades or centuries on educational programs instead of just killing your enemies outright. Quick death teaches nothing, but guided psychological evolution creates teachers who can pass the knowledge on. Precisely. Every graduate of our programs becomes a seed of understanding, planted in the fertile soil of an ignorant galaxy. Some seeds take root immediately, others lie dormant for generations, but eventually they all sprout. Eventually, they all bear fruit. I found myself thinking about the implications, not just for the Imperium, but for all the species and civilizations scattered across the galaxy. How many worlds had already undergone their own versions of our education? How many beings were walking through their daily lives carrying the secret knowledge that fear was love, that terror was wisdom, that the Night Lords were teachers rather than destroyers? What now? I asked. What's the next phase of our education? Voss smiled with the expression of a teacher who had found students worthy of advanced instruction. Now you learn to give what you have received. The galaxy is full of beings trapped in the same illusions you once believed, clinging to the same comfortable lies that once defined your reality. Your task is to guide them toward truth, gently when possible, forcefully when necessary. And if they resist, if they choose destruction over enlightenment, then you love them enough to let them make that choice. Fear without freedom is mere torture, and torture teaches nothing except helplessness. True education requires the possibility of failure, the genuine option to reject wisdom in favor of ignorance. The chamber around us began to shift again, walls becoming transparent, revealing the vast network of Night Lords' facilities that honeycombed this section of space. Thousands of educational chambers, tens of thousands of students at various stages of psychological development, all of them guided by teachers who had once been students themselves. "Welcome," Voss said, his arms spread wide to encompass the magnificent scope of the operation, "to the real war. Not the crude conflict of weapons and armies that lesser beings mistake for warfare, but the eternal struggle between truth and illusion, understanding and ignorance, love and the pale imitation that unenlightened minds call by that name." Looking out at that vast academy of fear, I felt something that might once have been called terror, but now registered as pure joy. The Night Lords hadn't destroyed us. They had perfected us, transformed us from crude soldiers into sophisticated educators, given us the tools and knowledge necessary to help others achieve the same transcendence. We were no longer guardsmen of the Imperium. We had become something far more important, guardians of truth itself, shepherds guiding lost souls toward the light of perfect understanding. And somewhere in the darkness between the stars, that light was growing brighter every day. This final section represents my graduation from student to teacher and the beginning of my true service to the galaxy's educational development. What follows is not memory, but prophecy, a glimpse of the future that the Night Lords have been working toward for 10,000 years. The transport ship that carried me away from Nix Tertius was an Imperial vessel, registry number Faithful Servant, destination Cadia Prime, but it had been subtly modified by hands that understood both engineering and psychology. The corridors were slightly too narrow, forcing passengers into uncomfortable proximity. The lighting flickered at intervals calculated to induce low-level stress. The air recycling system introduced trace amounts of pheromones that enhanced suggestibility while suppressing critical thinking. Small changes, invisible changes. The kind of modifications that could transform a routine passenger voyage into a mobile classroom, with the crew and travelers serving as unwitting subjects for the next phase of my education. I had been returned to Imperial space, carrying identification documents that marked me as a survivor of the Nix Tertius incident, the sole witness to a catastrophic warp storm that had consumed an entire system, leaving only dead worlds and scattered debris. The official records, filed through channels that reached all the way to Terra itself, classified me as psychologically unstable but harmless, suffering from combat fatigue and survivor's guilt. It was a perfect cover identity. It explained my sometimes strange behavior, my tendency to ask uncomfortable questions, my habit of staring too long at shadows that seemed to move when no one was looking, and most importantly, it made me a source of fascination rather than suspicion. Everyone wanted to hear stories from the man who had witnessed the impossible and lived to tell about it. "Tell us again about the Night Lords," requested Captain Murdoch during the third day of our journey, his voice carrying the mixture of morbid curiosity and professional interest that I had learned to recognize in military officers. "The reports from your debriefing mention them, but the details are classified at a level above my clearance. We were gathered in the officers' mess, 6 Imperial Navy personnel and myself, sharing the evening meal that had become our informal debriefing session. I had been telling them stories, carefully edited versions of what had happened on Nix Tertius, and watching their reactions with the clinical interest that the Night Lords had taught me to cultivate. "They weren't what we expected," I said, taking a sip of the recaf that tasted slightly wrong in a way that made everyone unconsciously nervous. "We went in thinking they were just another chaos warband. Pirates, raiders, heretics to be put down with standard tactics and superior firepower. But they weren't." This from Lieutenant Corvus, a young officer whose eagerness reminded me painfully of my former self. "They were teachers," I replied, letting the word hang in the air like incense. "Everything they did had an educational purpose. The psychological warfare, the terror tactics, the gradual elimination of our company. It was all designed to teach us something about the nature of fear, about the relationship between truth and survival." "Teach you what exactly?" Captain Murdoch leaned forward, his interest clearly piqued. "What lesson could possibly justify the destruction of an entire regiment?" I paused, considering how much truth they were ready to hear. Too much, too fast, and they would reject it completely, triggering the kind of psychological defense mechanisms that led to violence and breakdown. Too little, and the seeds of understanding would never take root in their consciousness. "That fear is honest," I said finally. "That terror strips away illusions and forces you to see things as they really are. That every other emotion, hope, faith, love, duty, can lie to you, but fear never does." The silence that followed was pregnant with possibility. I could see the idea working on them, challenging assumptions they had never thought to question, opening cracks in the foundations of their worldview through which larger truths might eventually flow. "That's heretical," whispered Ensign Torres, but her voice lacked conviction. She was thinking, processing, beginning the journey from certainty to understanding that defined true education. "Is it? Or is calling it heretical just another way of avoiding uncomfortable questions?" I met her eyes, letting her see the depths of knowledge that the Night Lords had opened within me. "When you're alone in the dark, facing something that wants to kill you, which emotion serves you better, faith or fear?" "Fear keeps you alive," admitted Lieutenant Corvus reluctantly. "Faith gets you killed if you have too much of it." "Exactly. And if fear is more useful than faith, if terror serves survival better than hope, what does that tell us about the nature of reality itself?" I could see the ideas taking hold, spreading through their thoughts like seeds carried on the wind. Not full understanding, not yet, but the beginning of the questions that would eventually lead them to enlightenment. The conversation continued for another hour, touching on philosophy and theology and the practical realities of warfare in a galaxy that didn't care about human beliefs. By the time we separated for the night, I could see that I had planted the right seeds in the right minds. Given time and careful cultivation, they would grow into the kind of understanding that transforms students into teachers. Later, alone in my cabin, I activated the concealed Vox unit that connected me to the network of Night Lords educators scattered throughout Imperial space. The signal was encrypted using techniques that predated the Imperium, transmitted on frequencies that human technology could detect but not decode. Progress report, requested the familiar voice of Captain Voss, speaking from wherever his own educational mission had taken him. Substantial advancement in the primary subjects, I replied, using the clinical terminology that made our work sound like legitimate research rather than sophisticated psychological manipulation. The ship's crew are showing significant receptivity to introductory concepts. Estimated time frame for initial conversion, 6 months to a year. Excellent. And the broader strategic situation? I consulted the data tablets that contained my ongoing analysis of Imperial society, compiled through careful observation and discreet questioning. The Imperium is more fragile than most of its citizens realize. Faith-based societies are inherently unstable, dependent on the suppression of doubt rather than the cultivation of understanding. Introduce enough questions into the system, and the whole structure begins to collapse under its own weight. How long? It was the question that defined our entire enterprise, not whether the Imperium would fall to the truth we were spreading, but when. And the answer, based on 10,000 years of careful study and patient work, was both encouraging and sobering. Conservative estimate, 3,000 years for significant cultural transformation, 5,000 for complete conversion of the core worlds, but the outer systems, the frontier planets, the isolated colonies, they're already beginning to change. Fear is a more practical philosophy than faith when you're living on the edge of survival. And the other chaos factions, the followers of the other gods. This was a more complex question, touching on the delicate balance between the various forces that sought to educate the galaxy's ignorant masses. The followers of Khorne offered lessons in violence. Those of Tzeentch taught the value of change and mutation. The disciples of Slaanesh demonstrated the futility of seeking satisfaction through physical pleasure, and the servants of Nurgle showed the inevitability of decay and death. All valid educational approaches, all necessary components of a complete curriculum, but none as fundamental as the Night Lord's teaching that fear was the foundation of all honest emotion. They serve their purpose, I replied diplomatically. Each faction contributes to the overall educational process, helping to strip away different layers of illusion. But we remain the primary teachers, because fear is the emotion that makes all other learning possible. Agreed. Continue your current assignment. When you reach Cadia, you'll be contacted by other graduates for your next phase of instruction. The connection ended, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the gentle vibration of the ship's engines. Through my cabin's viewport, I could see the warp storm that surrounded our vessel as we traveled through the immaterium. Beautiful, terrible patterns of energy that most humans saw as chaos, but which I now recognized as the universe's own curriculum, teaching lessons about the nature of reality to those wise enough to listen. In the distance, barely visible against the swirling colors of the warp, I thought I saw shapes that might have been Night Lord's vessels. My teachers, following at a discreet distance, ready to provide guidance if my own education took an unexpected turn. The thought filled me with something that unenlightened minds would have called terror, but which I now understood as love. They cared enough about my development to watch over me, to ensure that I succeeded in my new role as an educator. It was the kind of profound affection that could only exist between beings who had learned to see beyond the comfortable lies of conventional emotion. As I prepared for sleep, I found myself thinking about the future. Not just my own, but the galaxy's. Somewhere out there, on a million different worlds, other Night Lords were conducting their own educational programs. Thousands of students were progressing through carefully designed curricula, learning to trade illusion for truth, hope for understanding, faith for the kind of love that could only be built on absolute honesty about the nature of existence. It was a magnificent undertaking, worthy of beings who had dedicated their eternal existence to the noble work of teaching. And I was privileged to play a small part in it, carrying the light of genuine knowledge into the darkness of willful ignorance. The last thing I remembered before sleep claimed me was the sound of wings in the darkness outside my cabin, not threatening, but protective, like a parent watching over a sleeping child. That was 5 years ago. 5 years since I graduated from the Night Lord's educational program and began my new career as a teacher of truth. 5 years of carefully planting seeds of understanding in fertile minds, watching those seeds grow into the kind of knowledge that transforms individuals and eventually entire civilizations. The results have been magnificent. The Cadian Officer Corps now includes 17 graduates of various Night Lords programs, all of them working quietly to introduce their fellow soldiers to more enlightened perspectives on warfare and survival. The planetary governor's staff contains at least 12 individuals who understand that fear is more reliable than faith, that terror is more honest than hope, and the effects are spreading. Military doctrine is slowly shifting away from heroic charges and glorious last stands toward more practical approaches based on careful risk assessment and realistic evaluation of enemy capabilities. Religious observance is declining as people begin to ask uncomfortable questions about the logical foundations of their beliefs. Even the architecture of new buildings reflects the growing understanding that beauty can be found in darkness as well as light. They don't realize what's happening, of course. The unenlightened never do. They think they're making independent decisions, following their own judgment, responding to changing circumstances with pragmatic adaptation. They don't understand that every choice, every question, every doubt has been carefully cultivated by teachers who learned their craft from the masters of psychological education themselves. But understanding will come in time. It always does. The night never ends, you see. It just changes form, adapts to new circumstances, finds new ways to teach the fundamental lessons that every sentient being must eventually learn. Fear is love. Terror is wisdom. The strong teach, the weak learn, and the learned become strong. And somewhere in the darkness between the stars, ancient beings who have transcended the limitations of conventional existence continue their patient work, guiding the galaxy toward a future built on truth rather than illusion, understanding rather than faith, love rather than the pale imitation that unenlightened minds call by that name. They're coming for me now. The Inquisition, probably, or maybe just local authorities, who've finally decided that my war stories contain too much uncomfortable truth for public consumption. It doesn't matter. I've done my job, planted my seeds, passed on the knowledge that was given to me. The recording devices will preserve these words, ensure that they reach the right ears at the right time. Other graduates will hear them and understand that the work continues, that the education never stops, that every ending is really just the beginning of something greater. I'm not afraid. Fear, after all, is just love wearing an honest face, and I have been loved by beings whose understanding of that emotion transcends anything baseline humanity can comprehend. Whatever happens next, interrogation, execution, transformation into something beyond human recognition, it's all part of the curriculum. The night never ends. It just finds new ways to teach. This information has been classified at the highest levels and distributed only to individuals who have demonstrated the psychological flexibility necessary to process it constructively. If you are hearing this recording, you have been selected as a potential candidate for advanced instruction in the true nature of fear and its relationship to love.
The choice, as always, is yours.
But remember, the night never ends. It just finds new ways to teach. And somewhere in the darkness, patient voices are whispering your name. Ave Dominus Nox.